If you carry a firearm and discharge your weapon in self-defense, you could face hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and expenses. So carry the protection of CCW Safe, Self-Defense Legal Services membership. Upfront payment of all criminal and civil defense costs with no out-of-pocket for members.
And we are back. I'm Chris Evans, the CEO of Survival Dispatch, joined today by my good friend Khalid Mohammed from Command 11 in Pakistan. Directly below him, JJ Morris, the great state of Georgia. Below him, John Martin, good friend from the other side of the state, a red guy in a blue dot in Gainesville, Florida area. And below him, Keith Graves on site at Charlie Kirk's Memorial in Phoenix. So Keith, you're going to be popping in and out today while we're doing this. So I'm going to put you center stage and go ahead and give our audience your initial thoughts.
I tell you, this is absolutely amazing to come to something like this. Security is very, very tight. I've seen agencies from all across the federal, state, and local spectrum. I can tell you, it took me 2 hours to get through security. I had bag checks twice. It was rough coming in, but totally worth it. Price is front and center here. Above all else, there's good Christian music happening, good Christian bands playing, and they put Price front and center. Second up comes Charlie, third America. It feels like you should be sad coming here, but it's not. It's like a huge celebration, just like I hate to say party, but everybody is very filled with joy. Price is in their heart. I'm so glad I came here. It's more amazing than I thought it would be, to be honest.
That's absolutely amazing, Keith. I'm going to give everybody a chance to pick your brain because I already spoke to you earlier. Cleve, do you have any questions or comments for Keith?
Yes.
Yeah, Keith, how is the security out there? Because we saw a video earlier that Secret Services got snipers up, and there's just a mess of people since 4 a.m. How tight is it out there?
So very tight. I was talking to some press from foreign outlets. Particularly, I was talking to an Israeli reporter from their channel 14, and she was telling me that she felt there were more people here than in Trump's inauguration.
Wow.
Just to give you an idea of the crowds, there were 500,000 people requested a ticket to come here. I feel that there's at least 500,000. A friend of mine is working outside as an officer, and he told me that they were notified, it had to have been 3 hours ago, to shut down all exits off the freeway because it was backing up so much for people coming in that you couldn't even drive down the freeway anymore. So the only solution was to shut down the exits and just keep people moving because there's just so many people. I mean, I'm inside the stadium and they've got capacity max at 72,000 people. In fact, I'm going to move out of the press area just so you can get a better feel of the crowds. But I mean, it's phenomenal. And the security, I mean, it's typical anything with a Secret Service event where there's just tons and tons of armed guys. What I did notice, rifles are out, man. There's a guy with an AR. It seems like every couple of feet. And I can tell you, I've worked these details before, and we'd always request to go, very over and have our rifles out because we were nervous about active shooter, and we were always shut down. And I see that changing. Pretty much every officer that I see at the state level and the city level is carrying a long gun. And then I've seen a number of different SWAT teams from throughout the valley, plus, of course, federal partners. I saw a NEST, that's the Nuclear Emergency Response Team. I've seen those guys before, but they're usually hidden, and they were very out in the open today, which is different. I don't think that's an indicator that there's any kind of a nuclear threat. It's pretty normal, but I wonder if they're putting them up front just to send a message to everybody.
Yeah,
But
probably.
yeah, so
Keith, what time did you get there this morning?
3 a.m.
And you got a press pass, which is pretty cool. Describe the reaction to people at 4 a.m. in the morning when they saw your press credentials.
Oh boy, man. I thought they were ready to do something bad to me. You could tell they disliked. They'd look down, they'd see me videoing. There'd be a smile, and they'd look at the press pass, and that smile became anger. And it was like, man, if they only knew I was one of them, right? And to give you an idea for the press pool here, we all had to provide our outlet. So I'm a YouTuber. I got just shy of 200,000 people follow me on YouTube, 50,000 on Substack. Well, they went back. I talked to them, and they went back and looked at who I was to make sure that I'm a conservative Christian person. And, I have the history to back it up. But I mean, if you're a liberal rag, you're not getting in.
That's awesome. I'm gonna bring JJ over to ask anything.
Hey.
You got JJ?
What's
you got
up,
any
brother?
questions for Keith?
Yeah, I guess I just want to know about the atmosphere and how people are talking right now. As you approach people, what is the general atmosphere? I mean, do you see people on the right? Do you see people on the left? Is there any kind of distinction going on around anywhere?
It is nothing but right-leaning people, my friend. If there's a left-leaning person, they're definitely not going to show their head.
I was just wondering if they would.
Yeah, no, it's a sea of red, white, and blue. Everybody's in their Sunday best. The attitude is joyous. Everybody is celebrating Christ, celebrating Charlie, and celebrating our country.
I'm sure that's the way you would have wanted it.
Yeah, man, it feels really good. I'm not going to lie. The Christian music, they had the entire 72,000 people singing one particular very famous Christian song. And the band just shut up, and everybody was singing the song. And it was even what I saw too. I saw the cops and the paramedics singing along with everybody else.
Wow, that's amazing, Keith. You haven't had a chance to meet my friend John Martin yet, and John actually interviewed Charlie Kirk years ago. But John, have you got any questions or comments for Keith?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. One, you mentioned about the press and all of that. So I was curious because I've been flipping around the various channels, and CNN is covering it a little bit. I don't know if they'll cover the actual ceremony, but other networks like, MSNBC and stuff seem to be purposely not covering it. So I was kind of wondering, are there any liberal press outside talking to people at all, asking any questions, trying to engage in any way? Because I don't see it on TV.
Yeah, I have not. All I've seen is CBS, NBC outlets. I've seen, obviously, Fox News has a huge presence here, but that's about it. The most liberal I see is the traditional CBS, NBC, ABC type people. But it's been local. It's been the local stations. It hasn't been the national people that I've seen. I do see a huge contingent of foreign press. I've talked to press from Germany, Poland, Ireland, Israel. There's been others, but my brain's not working right now. It's
that kind of leads me into my second question, because we've seen a lot of comments and memorial type services all over the world, literally. And I was wondering, have you talked to anybody who besides the press, who has traveled from another country, perhaps overseas, to actually be a presence in that? Have you talked to anybody like that?
I'm sorry, I had some background noise. It was hard to hear that.
I was just saying, you talked about the foreign press there, and we've seen a lot of tributes to Charlie around different parts of the globe. Have you actually talked to anyone who made the journey to be a part of that from overseas anywhere?
Oh, absolutely. I had a very long conversation with the Israeli reporter and a couple of German reporters. We were in line together for a very long time. The German reporter, very interesting. He was saying that their country is watching it very carefully because of their history And they talked about, the guy was specific, and he said, and I'm not great on my history on this part. He's like, in the 30s, they killed somebody and changed our country. And he was kind of alluding to, bad things that happened in their country, with their upheaval. And he said that the German people are looking at us, wondering if we're going to have similar issues. I kind of got the feeling he was a little bit of a leftist and alluding to Trump. So we pretty much ended our conversation. I moved on. Go ahead.
Well, when you were cutting in and out there, John was asking, did you meet anybody from overseas other than press? Like, did any private individuals
gotcha.
come from another country?
I have only been with the press. I'm kind of in a pool. There's A-listers behind me back here, and they're all TPUSA employees. That's all I've been able to talk to. I'm hoping that when we get out of here, I'm going to run upstairs and start talking to people.
Oh, right on. We'll be interested in that. Khalid, do you have another question by chance?
Nope.
You good? Does anybody else have any additional questions?
Yeah, I got one quick question.
Sure.
So, I think people have been trying to figure out how they actually feel about this, where they're angry. I'm talking about people who support Charlie, but I've been sensing a profound sense of general sadness. What is the feeling you would say of the general people that are attending this event? What are their emotions right now?
Man, I'd have to say joyous. They're celebrating Christ, they're celebrating Charlie, and they're celebrating the country. Everybody, I see tears, but I see a lot of smiles and a lot of happiness. And it's more like, because there's a bunch of like-minded people all in one place, and they just feel really good.
Keith, when I'm watching Fox News over here, and the stadium looks a lot like Cowboy Stadium in Arlington, Texas. And it looks like where the stage is, that there's an opening to the outside or windows directly behind the stage. Yeah, is that open, or are those windows? What's down there? And just out of curiosity, one of our people asked about the security as far as that area behind the stage is concerned. If you can see anything or report on anything there.
You're not going to see anything behind it. It's opaque. It looks like it's the same as this material up here, right there.
Gotcha.
So it's like opaque plastic or something like that. But you can't see through it. So you definitely can't take a shot or anything through that. I got to tell you though, I'm really worried having all of these people here, all the power in one place. Kind of freaks me out a little bit, to be honest. Hopefully you don't play this. Hopefully you don't play this at my eulogy.
God forbid. Don't even say that. So I shared your thoughts earlier this morning in our private Signal chat about the volume of people walking, and you're concerned that they could be like a New Orleans style attack.
Yes.
Maybe if you speak to that for a minute.
Yeah. So there are thousands of people on the sidewalk. I mean, thousands. There is no way you can protect them. There's just no way with 1 week notice without putting in millions and millions of dollars in pedestrian safety. And I'm worried that the cars aren't moving that fast, and I'm worried that somebody's going to hop the curb and just mow everybody down, like terrorist action, not like I'm impatient, but like New Orleans style. So I don't want to give people ideas, but I don't think people are necessarily watching your show to do harm. But I can tell you that I positioned myself when I was on sidewalks that I can escape quickly if a car came down the sidewalk. And other people aren't thinking of that. I mentioned it to others, and they're like, "Oh, that's a good point." And I'm like, "Man, shooting, you're not going to get far with shooting because the cops are going to shoot you really fast. But you're in a Ram 2500 barreling down the sidewalk. There's not much that we can do to stop you."
So when we were talking earlier this morning, you mentioned how there was gridlock and there were different agencies driving in separate directions in their cop.
Yeah.
And they were coming head to head where neither one of them could get by, and what you thought was in place as far as shared communications not being in place.
Yeah. So they were moving dignitaries from one place to another. And I saw two convoys of dignitaries come head on and driving red lights and sirens, and nobody could go anywhere. And it just showed that there's a lack of communication. To where, like, if we're going to make a movement like that, we call ahead to the command post. I'm going to move a group from this area to this area. I need officers to open the lanes for us, and they would stop everybody and just funnel everybody through. And I didn't see that. And I could even see, I saw a counter assault team show up, and I could tell they were like driving around trying to figure out where to go. And it's like, you're a counter assault team. Like, as a SWAT team leader, I knew exactly where my people were going to go. I had a map with like an X on it, and that's where we're going to go. And it was almost like they were lost. I mean, you're a counter assault team. You don't patrol, and they're driving this big heavy rig. And I don't know. It just showed, I think there was a little bit of lack of communication in the morning. I think it got better as the day went along. As the day went along, I could see that everybody was communicating a little bit better. I think a lot of people hadn't come on duty yet. And I think people started arriving at midnight last night.
Wow.
I knew that overwhelmed the system. And the guys that would control that stuff hadn't shown up for work yet.
Keith, before I ask the rest of the panel if they have any additional questions, can you just give me your personal opinion on the risk to the continuity of government by having a Trump, Vance, and so many other people, their cabinet members, for crying out loud, too?
Yeah, it's bad, man. When you're in DC and you do State of the Union address and everybody's together, I mean, that's different. You're in DC. There's a lot of resources available to protect those buildings. Here, I mean, dude, I'm really worried about a 747 smashing in this thing. And, we've seen what that looks like before. All right. Hey, things are starting up, so I want to kind of keep it down a little bit. It looks like they got the bagpipes coming out. So, and I don't do good with bagpipes anyway. So,
okay,
too many funerals. All right, guys.
Yeah, well, we'll welcome. We'll be glad to see you next time you report in. Appreciate it. Okay, hey,
right,
you
guys.
should be doing this thing, right? This is Keith Graves reporting from Phoenix. You can do your lesson. That's been impersonation. Just don't throw any turkeys. Don't throw any turkeys off the balcony. Yeah.
Oh my God, the turkeys. All right, guys,
all right.
go.
We'll look forward to seeing you again soon, Keith. Thank you.
Right. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that looks like they've got quite a start on things. I'm watching the TV over here, and I don't see anything official going just yet. And once we see some official stuff going, I'm going to bring that up. But Khalid, I want to hear your thoughts based on your knowledge and background. This seems like an awfully big risk from a continuity of government perspective. And I have a theory on why Trump and Vance are there, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Well, if you remember Friday night after we closed the broadcast, I told you I was worried about this event because you've got president, vice president, speaker, secretary of defense, secretary of state, the sheer number of people that you have at this event. If God forbid something were to happen, I mean, it would rock the U.S. And my concern is just like Keith was saying, that even at the State of the Union, you have security in DC, you have complete protection in DC, but this is an open air stadium. I mean, even if you've closed the top of it, if you fly a drone into the top and that blows up and you send a swarm in behind it, it still creates problems. And just yesterday, they caught a guy inside the stadium pretending to be a police officer who had a knife and a gun on him. And I mean, this whole thing has got me worried because it's an easy target. It's just an easy target.
That roofing system is called TPO, and it's really popular in the South for commercial roofing systems. Typically goes down directly over a substrate. In other words, it's not just over an open frame like that. But when you put that together, it actually melts with a torch. You melt it with a torch to do all the seams in between it. If you crashed a drone into that had any type of fuel or explosive ability, it would go through it like a hot knife through butter. I've worked with TPO, so I have hands-on experience with it. So here's my theory. You tell me what you think, Khalid. I think that Trump is basically saying, screw you, you're not going to scare me. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want because I'm the president of the United States. And that's my feeling, that would be a textbook Trump move. But I want to hear your thoughts if you think that maybe that's it.
No, I agree with you. I mean, Trump is, he's got a lot of bravery in him. He's got a lot of guts in him. But this is playing with the devil. If you look at Denver, if you look at Portland, if you look at Los Angeles, these are heavy terrorist areas. And Antifa is also protesting outside. The problem you've got is that the left wing has said that they're going to protest this memorial, and we don't know what kind of protest they're going to bring. They could, just protest in the streets, or they could bring an armed protest of some kind, and we have no idea what they're going to do. And if you look at what CNN's been doing and what MSNBC's been doing, they've been ramping up on the Democrat side, pushing more and more, discontinuity, disunity, that, Trump is trying to be a dictator and Trump is doing this and Trump is doing this. You are ramping up anger. You are not trying to cool it down. And the fear that I have is that you've got all those forces working against you. Even if it's just an Antifa attack, it'll still cause a lot of damage. With the number of people outside the stadium, you could still cause a massive loss of life outside, even if nobody gets inside the stadium.
Well, we had that video you mentioned Friday's podcast where the one member of Congress from Texas, his name's escaping me, looks like a Q-tip, was doing nothing but stoking the fires.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Chuck Schumer was on CNBC earlier this morning, and he was saying he flat out called Trump a dictator. Flat out called him a dictator. How are you cooling things down with that?
They're not. It's incendiary, for lack of a better term. JJ, I want to just pivot over to you because you've done security and those sort of things. What are your thoughts in general as far as continuity of government and Trump taking Vance and good portion of his cabinet with him? And then I'd like to hear your overall thoughts on protection at a venue like this.
Well, as far as the first part of that, I depend on you guys to help me out with that kind of stuff. I'm a field guy. I'm the one who's out there in the field, and as far as and this is just my own personal opinion, I'm just throwing that out there, or my worldview. There is so much disinformation and misinformation and malinformation that is out there. It is really hard for me to be able to, I don't even know who I trust anymore. I'm just being honest. I've been on the inside circle, and I know how all of that works. And for those people that are familiar with FEMA and the National Response Plan, everybody knows there is a PIO officer who has a command staff underneath them. The public information officer determines what information goes out to the general public, and their main goal is to keep peace. And that means that you're getting lied to most of the time. And so, I just tell people to get as much information as they can. Obviously, tune into people that you trust, but make sure that you're getting information from the other side as well, so that you can make informed decisions. But it seems like today there's just so much of it. It's so hard to, disseminate through all of that information to decide what it is that you're believing. And so for me, I try to just control what I can control. And if I was there right now, you had better believe I probably wouldn't be able to talk to y'all if I was doing a live broadcast right now, because my eyes would be everywhere. Like I would not be able to, I would have to really be focused is what I'm getting at. And I think that that's the message that we should be sending to our friend there who's there right now. Make sure that, his situational awareness is up, because I can tell you, like today, for example, I was out filming in the woods, and I just happened to notice that there was a chair that had been, it was in the woods, and it had just been, sitting there forever. And I went to go kick it over, and there was a copperhead nest there. Right. And the thing is, like, we get so engrossed in what we're doing that we just pay attention to like what we're filming, and we're talking back and forth like right now, and that's less time for you to pay attention to what's going on in the backdrop. As a matter of fact, are you filming? Are you recording this?
No, we're live. You're live.
Right. I'm just saying, are you recording the event itself just so that we have the footage later?
There's multiple streams that are recording it. Yeah. And I've got a couple of them running in the background.
Just because you never know what's going to happen, and it would be good to have the original footage before somebody erases it.
Yeah, no kidding.
We see a lot of that happening.
When you were talking about the all sides thing, I mean, we do that frequently. We gather information across the spectrum and then sift through it and figure out what's the most likely. But I kept thinking to myself, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer, keep a close eye on those guys so that you know what they're up to. But sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your thought, JJ.
No, I was just going to say, like, situational awareness is so important when you go to an event like that, first of all. And I mean, we say these things like look for your exits and do the Jason Bourne thing, but that in practice, that's something that he's going to have to figure out on the move. Like, he doesn't know exactly where he's going to go.
Before I pivot to John, I want to hear John's thoughts on continuity and stuff like that, but I want to hear your advice to people who attend events like this. What's the best advice that you could give them from your perspective? Again, you've been on the other side, the security side, multiple times. You've been in some pretty crazy situations. If, God forbid, something were to kick off, what's your advice to people who are attending these types of events? How, what do they prioritize? Where do they go? What do they do?
The biggest thing that I see is, you have an event and there happens to be a situation that occurs. People freeze for a second and then all of a sudden there's total chaos. And the biggest thing that we used to talk about is herd mentality. You've got to be really careful because if you're not careful, you'll get trampled. And I just would encourage people to make sure that they stay out of the middle of the crowd like that, because once the herd starts moving, it doesn't matter who you are or how big you are, the amount of force and power that comes from a group like that, you need to stay away from that. Make sure that you stay near the exits so that, you can be out front instead of, being in the middle and getting pushed around, for sure.
Yeah, that's good advice, John. I promise I'm coming to you right in a second, but I got to ask a question of Khalid. Khalid, when JJ said, position yourself close to exits, I'm thinking to myself, all the situations with jihadis who've set up a sentry outside of exits and just mowed people down when they come out. Is there any distinction, like different types of exits? We've talked briefly about it. Like, my opinion is if it happens in a restaurant, run through the kitchen and go out through the kitchen as opposed to the other exits. But that doesn't apply to something like this. So I want to hear your thoughts on that. And then I promise you, John, I'm coming right to you.
Look, you've got to stay away from the front-facing exits, the exits to take you out into the parking lot. Stay away from those. Start pushing towards the side that the players come in from. The secure parking areas, the secure areas where the locker rooms are, go out that way, because the jihadis will not be thinking of that side. They'll be looking at the front face. So if anyone's coming out, they're going to be expecting them to come out from the front. If you're looking to the backside, you can push out that way. Secondly, the locker rooms, the cafeteria, the concession stands, places like that are fantastic places to duck and cover. It may take you a little bit to wiggle the locks open if the concession stands aren't open, but that's a great place to duck and cover because you have heavy duty walls, and it's very difficult for fire to get through that. But push towards the locker rooms. Don't go out through the main exits.
I appreciate that very much.
Main exits, like, for sure. When I say look for your exits, Khalid, it's right on point there, because they're looking for airtime is what it is. And typically they'll wait until the crowd starts coming out, and then when there's a flow is when it'll go boom. So
that makes perfect sense. So I'm going to come to you, John. I want to hear your thoughts on the risk to continuity of government in particular. Khalid and JJ, when I come back to you, I'm just giving you a chance to collect your thoughts in advance. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what people can do as far as improvised weapons are concerned. Keith said that when he went in today, I spoke to him earlier this morning a few times, that they went through everything. Like, they even took batteries out of his equipment. And it was the Secret Service, by the way, that was doing the security. It wasn't, $15 an hour TSA people. And so I want to hear your thoughts on that. Sorry, John, I apologize for taking so long to get to you, but you've served in government. You're good friends with Ted Yoho, previous congressional rep for Alachua County. There's a big risk here, man.
Yeah, I absolutely. I think that I think you kind of hit on it too with Trump. I really believe that what President Trump is trying to do with all this, and I think he above anybody realizes, because he was assassination attempt a couple of times just that we know about. So he definitely knows, and they almost succeeded the first time. But I think he's basically, in a way, taking a chapter from something that, Franklin Roosevelt said about fear itself. And I think he's trying to send a message to the country and to the world that we're not backing down no matter what happens. I mean, I think he knows the risk, but I think he's also feels like that the message that he needs to send to the American people and to the world is that the United States is here to stay long after people come and go, like even himself, and that he's trying to send a message that we are back and we're staying here, and you better just deal with it. So I think he's trying to send that message. But, you talk to these couple of experts, and certainly they have a lot of experience, but believe it or not, I've had quite a bit of experience on the flip side of that. I've actually been in that stadium twice, once to a national championship game when the Gators won, and once to another bowl game. So I'm somewhat familiar with it. When I first went out there was literally that stadium and nothing else was open around it. So it was very interesting. But I've been in riot situations a couple of times. I was at a couple of concerts when I was younger where people got trampled to death. I was at the ticker tape parade for the Mets in New York City. I was down in Times Square watching the ball drop in the mid-'80s right after they had those Brighton Beach riots, and people were throwing bottles into the crowd. So I've dealt with this. Plus, I've just been to a ton of sporting events, football. I worked Super Bowls in the past a long time ago. And one of the things I would say to people is if you're going with a group of people, your family or just a collection of friends like I did at football games, one thing we always talked about was not necessarily riots, but if we get separated in these massive crowds, that we have a place where we can meet after the game, a location so that we are not looking for each other. We know that we're all going to show up there. And of course, I had friends that were drinking and stuff like that. So those are the kind of things. The other thing I would say to it, if you get in a situation, because I was in a situation at a riot at a concert, and when Led Zeppelin played in in Tampa, look that up. It was unbelievable. They had a riot there. And one of the things, even if you're in a group of people that are like-minded like yourself in this situation, when panic hits, people do crazy things and just get really whacked. You got to look after the people you are with and yourself. You can't, and the other gentleman talked about the herd mentality. You can't get caught up in trying to be a hero and all that kind of stuff. You got to let law enforcement do their job, but you got to focus on your people and getting out of there. The example I would give, I had a very small friend of mine with me at the time. And this is when I was a junior in high school. I'm a pretty good man back in those days. And people were fighting and all. And I told him, grab the back of my belt, man, because we are getting out of here. And I started doing the football thing, forearm shifted people, and just went out, because what happened, this tall guy who was like a classic hippie, he stood up in the middle of all this and says, can't we all just calm down and get along? And somebody decked him. And that's when I knew we needed to get out there. So that would be my advice. Have a little bit of a plan. Don't panic, and protect your people and get out of there.
Thanks, John. I really appreciate that. And when I come back, I'd like you to tell our audience about the time that you interviewed Charlie Kirk. I'm going to come to you first, Khalid, then JJ. I just want to give a shout out to my friend Craig Wire at Staybird Coffee, staybird.com. I don't get any affiliate income from him. I don't want any affiliate money from him. He's very kind. He sends us coffee. I think he either has his wife and 5 daughters or 6 daughters, and they're all young. One of his daughters always does something when he sends me coffee, and this was the latest one from one of his daughters. Just good, wholesome, solid American man and family. So staybird.com. We used to have a discount code, and it wasn't for affiliate stuff. It was just because he wanted our audience to get a discount, and it was SD10. I don't know if that discount code still works or not, but when you put your order in, if you order staybird.com, mention that you came from Survival Dispatch, and knowing Craig, he'll probably do something for you. Very, very nice people. So Khalid, I want to show you something here that I just pulled up. So this is over on a website called SurvivalGear.US, CIA self-defense tool set, 4 pieces, $23.95. It's all made of G10, and the you know, I can show you. I love stuff, right? So here it is, live.
Yep.
Here are all the pieces. Like this one, it's hard to tell, but it's a triangular shape, really strong, or point sharp. Pardon me. It's got a knurled piece on it. This one's kind of like, kind of like brass knuckles, but different. This one here has a clip on it, so I can put it inside my cowboy boot. I'm trying to get a part of the screen where you might actually be able to see it. Then there's a regular dagger like this. And then, of course, I saw somebody mention in the live chat the G10 Sharpies. It looks like a regular Sharpie. Yeah, but it's real sharp, and it's all fun and games till somebody loses an eye. Based on what Keith told me about the security today, and I'm that guy, right? I lost an eye. Keith said that the Secret Service just took all this stuff apart. I want to ask him next time we speak to him if it was Secret Service doing that to the press, and if there was other levels of security for the average person who came in. But I don't think you could get through the door with any of the stuff I just showed you. Maybe the Sharpie, or a tactical pen, maybe, but I don't think you get through with any of this other stuff at all.
No. The level of security, because every conservative has been threatened openly. It's not like it's one or two here and there. Every conservative has been threatened openly, whether you're in the media, whether you're in the government. There's been open threats put out by Antifa and their affiliated groups that we're going to get you. There's no way and especially the press, there was no way they were going to let the press get anything in, because you don't know who's who. And inside of a crowd, somebody grabs something and you have no idea what they're going to do. The problem is that inside of a place like that, there are no weapons. I'm going to assume that the concession stands are open, but I'm sure they've taken the weapons away from them as well. Anything that could be used as a weapon, they've taken away from them as well. It's probably popcorn, hot dogs, and drinks that they're allowed to give. But anything else they've taken away. If this, God forbid, if this is attacked, the biggest fear is, one, the herd mentality of people getting stampeded. Number two, when you walk out those doors, there's going to be people standing there with weapons to fire. That's why I'm saying, stay away from the main exits. Even if you got family with you, be pulling away. Look for places to hide. Bathrooms, concession areas, locker rooms if you can get into them somehow. Look for places to hide. This is not some place where you should rush to get out of, because the speed at which people are going to leave, you're going to get trampled on. And if you get trampled on, you're going to have problems anyway. Always look for the unconventional way to get out. If you're looking for the conventional way where everybody's going, you're going to get caught out. If you look for the unconventional way to get out, you might find some safety. You might get off the exit without having any problems. So again, it's like John was saying, keep your group together and head for the unconventional exit.
Thanks, Khalid. I just got a text from Keith, by the way, that said RFK Jr. is now there. And I guess the crowd was pretty excited. Actually, it looks to me like he's speaking, or no, he's not. Somebody else is speaking, but he's there now. JJ, I mean, you're the master at this kind of stuff. Improvised weapons or suggestions for anything that you might be able to get in through the front door?
Yeah, probably a flashlight with the appropriate size.
You go.
That's one that the CIA always, talks about. Obviously, there's weapons of opportunity, but most of that stuff is defensive. Like if you found a chair or something like that, some kind of barrier. But I mean, I think the main thing that we want to tell people is strategic avoidance. You don't want to run into that kind of fight. Like, you're at a disadvantage. I really hate going places that I can't be up to what I consider armed properly. put it that way. I don't know how to say that nicer than that. I don't know. Every time I go to an event like that, it could be a concert or anything like that. I just feel uncomfortable, because I know that I'm just not. Now I know I have stuff stored and I stashed where it's supposed to be. And if I can get there, I'd be all right. But I mean, golly, I really want to tell everybody, just, don't, if you don't have to, don't go. Put it that way. Don't get there. There's just so much training that we went through, and most of it is, it's intuitive. Like you're not gonna, it's not like you can sit down and you write this plan out and you have, a blueprint of the entire stadium and you say that, okay, I'm not going to this point and this is where the snipers could be and this is where a potential, it's not like you're doing that. You have to literally do everything on the fly as you're there. And the only way that you're going to have that kind of experience is to be in a lot of training with a lot of stress inoculation. And believe me, like my first active shooter exercise, like you're going to kill people over and over and over again, theoretically, in your training. And it just takes time after time after time of going in there and being able to focus on what's going on right in front of you. I don't know. I mean, maybe we could talk about that kind of training later, or maybe I do a video on it for Survival Dispatch.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But I just really, I carry a flashlight. I also carry a Sharpie on me as well. And I try to tell people, like, watch your hands. That's a big one. You don't want to get your fingers broke in the process of it. Use the butt of your hand if you have to. Use your elbows. Use your body if you have to. I joke about it now. I think if I literally punch one more man, that is the end of it for this hand. Like I at my age, I don't think that I could use this hand after that,
So the rest of the story there is we have a group insurance at Survival Dispatch, and JJ has taken the anger management multiple times and it doesn't work. I'm just saying.
Chris, could I make a quick comment about the training and the people and that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so I told you I've been at a lot of different things. So I went to the first Final Four that the Gators played in basketball in Charlotte, and President Clinton was there because Arkansas was involved in it. And so he was coming. That's when he was president with Hillary and his daughter and all that. Well, I was a much younger man then, obviously. And so my friend and I decided we wanted to get down there early and try to watch the motorcade come in and all that, right? So we're down behind, and they told us that we need to prepare for hours to get in this because everybody had to go into one entrance. So we're down there, and we're standing along these right on the street where we think it's going to come in the backside of it. And this gentleman comes walking by and basically tells us to start moving back. Now, he's dressed just like any other person. He's not like, the classic Men in Black Secret Service. And so he comes up to me and he says, "Sir, you need to move back." And, I being the little smart aleck I was, I said, "Who do you think you are, the Secret Service?" And he just kind of grinned at me and said, "All I can tell you, sir, is you need to move back," which he was very serious. So I moved back. Well, fast forward to the real, what I call Secret Service, the Men in Black start coming in there with the motorcade. And turns out this dude is directing the whole shebang. And he looks at me and he opens up his jacket a little bit, and you can see it looks like a Uzi in his thing. And he looked at me and just kind of smiled and pointed his finger at me. And I was like, whoa. And I bring that up only because what amazes me about people like that and police officers and everything is how they have to be on the alert all the time, especially when there's something like this. But they also have to be kind to the public and discerning. They can't run around and just slap everybody with a baton or something like you would see in where we had Real Kings or something. And so I want to give a shout out to them for that side of their training as well, because I can't imagine having to deal with a-holes like I was at that moment, and still focus on your job. So I just want to give a shout out to that.
Don, appreciate that very much, John. So just quickly, I am not an attorney. I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm not giving you any advice for that matter whatsoever. But my wife and I, we go to a lot of concerts, and I can tell you that the security at the concerts we've been to, which is countless ones, they get lazy and they don't take the wand below your knees typically as they're wanding around you looking for something, to start beeping. And I carry one of these with the clip on it. If you look at it from the side, there you go. You can see that there's a clip on it. So I put this inside my cowboy boot. I've been known to actually take a regular knife and put it inside my cowboy boot and just let it sit down against my ankle until I got in. I'm not going anywhere without some element of protection. And good advice from JJ and Khalid. But as you guys were talking, I'm thinking to myself, man, like everything's freaking bolted down in these stadiums. Like there's very few things that you could pick up and actually use. By the way, JJ, great call on the flashlight training. Maybe let's speak to that just briefly, JJ. Talk about using a flashlight to interrupt somebody's OODA loop and what that does to your typical attacker who's looking for the element of surprise, and what happens to their element of surprise when you shine a flashlight in their eye, or how bad it is if somebody was to hit you in the face with that flashlight in the eye.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's two different takes, right? You're kind of talking about an offensive posturing, and then you're talking about defensive at the same time. In my mind, anyway, the idea should be to take care of any present danger and then get off the X as fast as you can. So for me, it's, number one, I don't want to be offensive unless I see something that I have to act on immediately. But for the most part, it's going to be something I'm going to use as a defensive tool so that I can get away, and let other people do their jobs. So whether I use the light or I actually use the body of the flashlight, and these aren't things that, you just have stored in your brain or whatever from watching, movies. You actually have to go to defensive classes to learn how to use the tools properly. And I can tell you in real life, it's never pretty. You look like you're in 5th grade trying to fight again just because of the amount of adrenaline that's going through you at the time. So I would encourage people to get training. Don't just carry a tactical flashlight on you just because it's cool and we told you to do that, or your favorite person or personality does that. Make sure you get training.
Yeah, so I would for those people who can afford it, recommend waft.com, where our families train. They have amazing, and what, if I'm understanding you correctly, JJ, you're talking scenario based training, because it never turns out the way you expect it to be, right?
No, it never does. There's no way to prepare for all of these scenarios. That's why I was saying it's like intuitive. The only way that you get that is through training and different experiences, and you could train the rest of your life. I mean, as a matter of fact, that's what our team did, is we just train. And then events happen, big events happen, and it changes SOP and protocol and the way that we train. So, I just can't really communicate that enough to people.
Explain to the audience, because I think some people might take an attitude, oh, well, if there's no real danger, that, it's not a good simulation to do scenario-based training. Talk a little bit about good scenario-based training led by the right person, and how it'll crank people's heart rate through the roof. They'll lose fine motor skills, and scenario-based training is the bomb in my mind. But I want to hear you discuss it, because you're on the other side as well. You provide a ton of training. So this isn't just theoretical. This is stuff that you have hands-on practical experience with.
Yeah, I mean, people can say what they want to, that like they think that they're going to be in control, and they think that they're going to have dexterity and they're going to have fine motor control, but they're not. I mean, anybody who's been in any kind of adrenaline dumping scenario, when you get super nervous, you can't control your muscles like you think you can. And the only thing that is going to help you to combat that is stress inoculation. And that can be accomplished lots of ways. We used to mess with people by taking out comms. We would have time limits. We'd have, flashing lights take away the ability to see. We would take away gear from them. We would take away, opportunities. We'd keep them up all night. We'd take away food. There's just lots of ways you can do it. I guess the common one is people blast like Metallica, which I always loved when we did that kind of thing. But it kind of helped me out a little bit, actually. But the thing is, you have to learn how to separate yourself from all of that, because what it is it's just a bunch of stimulus that's going on at the same time, and something that military guys and law enforcement and first responders all have to learn is how to reason dispassionately and separate themselves from what's going on. I know a lot of people mention that, it feels like those guys are, I don't know how to say it other than they might be pricks or something like that. And they might come across as being that way, as being, separate from you. Because the second that you give in, like, someone's going to take advantage of that. So you have to put off a certain amount, a persona to people. And part of that is a defense mechanism, and part of that is by design, so that you can control the scenario. Because most people are, I think it was John was saying about chaos and grief. People handle grief differently, and everybody's in a different stage all at once, and so that's the kind of thing that we have to deal with. And so de-escalation is probably one of the best tools that you could learn on the fly. And I don't mean like sitting there having a discussion with someone. I mean, like, you got to do it immediately and get out of there. So
yeah, the big takeaway I get from those types of advice is really simple. Distance equals safety.
Yeah.
Full stop. Distance equals safety. Get as far away. Just like you were saying, don't go with the herd. Distance equals safety.
Yeah.
If you can separate yourself, you're typically better off. Khalid, I'm just curious, as far as your team is concerned and training, without getting too far into areas that we can't really discuss. How often and how important is scenario-based training in your world?
We do it every weekend. Every weekend. Any guy who wants to join our teams, the first thing they go through is torture training. We tie them up. We play heavy music for them. We put a beating to them, and then we give them a gun and say, "Go shoot." And if you cannot work in high stress, then you're no good to us, because we're always going to situations where you have no idea what you're going to be dealing with. For us, because we're dealing with terrorists on this side of the world, you don't know what you're going to come up against. And if I don't know, you can take stress, and with your heart pounding, with your brain running like crazy and not knowing what to do and where you are, if you cannot hit the target, then you're no good to me. And it's one of those things where we put you through 24 hours, 48 hours of just straight interrogation, beatings. We lock you in a room. We turn off the lights. We turn on the music. We control your time. We control your senses. And then we take you outside and say, "Here's the gun, fire. We want to see how many times you can hit the target." And if you can't get through it, you're no good to us.
I agree with Khalid.
No, but see, it's AJ and I both understand this. Scenarios are great, but you've got to do a live scenario. It's not, how would I do this? We put you in that scenario and say, okay, now you've got to get out. You're up in the mountains someplace. We put you in a cabin somewhere. You've got to get out of the cabin. You've got to deal with the people who've got you locked away, and then you've got to get back to base. And if you can't do that, you're no good to us.
Yeah,
a lot of people too, Khalid, especially nowadays too, I find that most people are not accustomed to being like manhandled either.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is, a surefire way to get younger people like amped up immediately because they're just not used to that, whereas we grew up in a different world where the coach would form the circle and you would duke it out, so if they're not involved in some kind of discipline like jiu-jitsu or kickboxing or something that involves physical contact, a contact sport, for example, get used to that is what I'm getting at. Like
we had JJ, we had this guy 25, 26 years old, thought he was the biggest badass in the world. We went at him and within 5 minutes he was in tears. He didn't know what to do. And we just looked at him. Yeah. What are you doing here? If you're gonna start crying, come on, what are you doing here?
I talked to so many guys, seriously, that are upwards of, say, even 30 years old that have never been in a fist fight, or even a shoving match, if you will.
Yeah, they didn't have the older brothers that I had. That's
right.
I'm the youngest.
I'm just saying, all of us grew up in a different world. Now that is not the norm.
Yeah, exactly.
So, just to give you an example of the kind of training I had, growing up in a little town of Hawthorne, and had two older brothers, and the middle one was 6 years older than me. During hunting season, of course, they all got these dog boxes in the back of their truck, right? Well, when they weren't hunting during the day, we were running the streets at night. We're like 10 years old. They hunt us and capture us and throw us in the same dog box and drive us around town. And they had not cleaned the dog boxes, by the way. So that's the kind of stuff I grew up with, so they put me through all kind of psychological tests way before I even knew what that word meant.
Can you imagine the squawking these days from people or something like that? So JJ, when you were discussing, how when you're doing scenario-based training, you've seen people, they just lose control. Like they start laughing, they completely lose control. So we were doing scenario-based training at WAFT, and normally when they do their gas station training, you'd be gas station ready. There's half a dozen bad guys, right? And they're all wearing Tony Blauer high point gear, and there's UTM rounds going off. So for those people that don't know what UTM round is, it's a regular pistol that's been modified to shoot these 400 foot per second tiny little paint pellets with a regular primer. So the shot sounds just like a regular shot. Well, there are only two people. Wait to see this, and this is pretty funny. I'm going to play the whole thing, even though it's a little bit on the long side. So this is it. This is the area where we were doing this gas station ready training. This young guy, Luke, had just graduated from high school the week before that. Big kid. He's, like 6'2", probably 250 or something like that. And you want to talk about losing control over all that stuff. This video is a prime example of it. And even though it looks kind of goofy, this is really good. This is a great example of scenario-based training. 1 minute, 33 seconds. So that's him getting out of the car.
How's it going?
So John is running the camera. He's not part of the scenario.
In the gas station, and I'm not, but I really like your hair. And
I'm sorry.
Take.
So it's hard to hear Kat there, but she's saying, "Hey, I just noticed you in the gas station and wanted to introduce myself to you." And you can see his reaction. I'll back up just a little bit. Again, apologies for the sound, but there's better footage of this where people had mics on. This was just taken with a phone.
I'm just impressed he got the light out that quick.
I'm sorry.
Did you already said?
Back it up. No.
Did you hear him? Taken. I'm sorry.
As much fun as that sounds, back up. You too.
As much fun as that sounds, back up, just in case people can't hear it.
What do you mean it sounds fun?
Back up.
There you go.
Back up.
Honestly, I was trying to flirt with you, but you're being
back up.
Ow, that hurt.
Oh, I'm dead right there. I'm dead.
So let me hear that or explain that noise in the background. So that's a guard dog knife, and it's for training purposes. It won't cut you, but every time it touches you, it gives you a small shock. So it's intended to just take things up to the next level. But this gets pretty bad. Wait till I tell you the after story on this.
fighting, man.
You hear him? You hear him? I'm cooked. While Philip is dragging him around the vehicle, Kat took him to the ground. She probably doesn't weigh $120.
Is everyone okay over here? No, come here. Come on.
So Philip puts him down here. That's the key word, scenario. When somebody's, like Philip says, scenario, that's the end of it. So several people had gone before him and did a great job. Mike Sterling, for example, Philip said it was the best performance by somebody he'd ever seen when Mike did it. And this, of course, was one of the worst.
Yeah.
So they flew in for this from Illinois, and then they flew right back out again. They had to leave my home at 4 a.m. to get to the airport in Orlando in time for their morning flight, right? It's 1 o'clock. We're sitting around the dining room table over here, and Luke is texting people and everything. His phone's blowing up because it's midnight back home in Illinois. And he says, "Oh, this is great." And John says, "What's that?" And he said, "Well, I texted the video to my girlfriend, and she just answered back, good to know that you can't protect me."
No. Poor guy.
But it was the scenario-based training is absolutely the bomb.
I think, I wasn't there, but I can imagine. I mean, I can imagine how Mike would have responded to that, because we've been through that kind of stuff, and you take it very seriously. And so you've got to get your mind there. I mean, they were all kind of joking about, it made me laugh watching it or whatever. Like he would have to go back through that and he would have to let go, you have to let go in that kind of training and become what you need to become in a situation like that. I mean, he was basically, there were some things he did right and there was a lot of things he did wrong, but if you're going to bluff charge somebody, like there don't need to be a bluff charge. You're not a bear. Go after them. Like you have to have your mind made up before you even get in that scenario, or they're going to exploit your weakness.
Yep. So let me bring a bit of clarity to our audience. And JJ mentioned a bear, just because I'm waiting for something interesting to come on. And there appears to be a lag on what's being broadcast over here versus the live streams. So I'm kind of watching for a good point to cut in. But tell our audience the Cliff Notes version of you sleeping in the hammock and having to shoot a bear in the face, because this stirred up a hornet's nest of comments, by the way. Like JJ's comment section usually is pretty decent. There aren't a whole lot of keyboard warriors, but boy, howdy, did this one bring out the assholes. Go ahead, JJ.
I mean, first of all, I do not care what you carry. All right. If you have carry the biggest stick you can wield. That's all I'm going to say about that. First of all, hold
on a second. JJ, his favorite pistol side rounds, 10 millimeters. And there's an old adage, 9 millimeters for the hoods and 10 millimeters for the woods.
That's right. And I just, for me, it was more of I got tired of switching my firearms back and forth all the time because, I spend a lot of time in the woods and I spend a lot of time out in urban environments as well. And so I eventually just got where I took a Glock 29 and I used, 155 Defenders when I was in an urban environment. And then I would use 220 hard cast when I was in the woods. And I guess the short story is I was actually going after a wild pack of hogs, and they were in an area that I just couldn't go to legally, actually. And so I came back down towards a golf course, and I was about 200 yards off the golf course, and I just set up a hammock.
JJ, qualify that you were doing pest control. You were taking hogs out from damaging property. Yeah,
at the time. And so I set up a hammock, and when I came to, he had tore the tarp, which I still have today. My son has the tarp. He wouldn't throw it away for some reason, but chaos ensued, and I had to shoot him from while I was laying in the hammock. So you never know when something's going to happen, But for the full story, they can go watch the video. The thing is, you try to be honest and you try to be truthful with people about a situation or a scenario. And believe me, like, having been in the field, after every single mission that I ever went on, I had to be accountable for everything. And there was some dude in an armchair that, you know, always wants to tell you about how you could have done this better or whatever, but they weren't there. They don't know what kind of pressure we were under in any given scenario. But you know, just be ready. I just hate it when people don't appreciate the honesty, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, I wish I could tell you that, I pulled a John Wick in that scenario, but it was a lot uglier than that. And I am trained. So
exactly.
It doesn't matter how much training you have. Like, when your nerves are through the roof and you're scared to death, like, your body ain't gonna work the way you want it to, and neither is your mind either.
True story. So let's jump in and catch some of the stream here, and we'll let this run for a couple minutes just to kind of get up to speed on where the memorial's at right now.
Get married. Have more children than you can afford. Build a legacy. Pass down your values. Pursue the eternal. Seek true joy. Charlie led by example. It's not only seen in the incredible wife, Erica Kirk, his 2 beautiful children, the legacy he built, his values, his love of God, and true joy he found in his Savior, Jesus Christ, but in countless people, especially young people like Elizabeth and I, whose very lives are the fruit of Charlie's example of faithfulness. Charlie, it was the honor of my life to serve you as you serve Jesus. And now we will all continue to serve you as we continue to serve Jesus. Thank you so much. I love you, Charlie. I can't wait to see you again. God bless Erica Kirk, CEO and chair of Turning Point USA, the Kirk family, and God bless America.
Oh my goodness. Charlie's having some serious heavenly FOMO right now. Look at this. You have no idea how much Charlie Kirk wants a bullhorn down here right now. He always said to me, if we could just figure out how to bring the Holy Spirit into a Trump rally, I think you've done it. My name is Tyler Boyer. I was the CEO of Turning Point USA and now the CEO of Turning Point Action. You may know me from the Charlie Kirk Show or our weekly podcast, Thought Crime, with Charlie, Jack, Blake, and Andrew, but I'm also the longest tenured employee at Turning Point. I met my friend Charlie in 2014. We connected when Turning Point USA was just in its infancy, sharing the vision for what the conservative movement should be. Charlie was just a kid then. I was a little older. We had a lot in common. I didn't like rhinos. He didn't like rhinos. I was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings. He was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings. Charlie didn't go to college. I went to ASU, so I basically didn't go to college. You're welcome, Dr. Crow. We went to work every day on a 24-hour clock. When Charlie turned 21, he didn't have a home. Turning Point USA was in his first year of raising real money. He was just a kid to me, but donors would ask him where he lived, and he took personal offense to the suggestion he still lived in his parents' basement. Although his parents probably wanted him to be there all the time. He was a grown 21-year-old man after all. He was rarely home in Chicago. He lived on a plane and zipped back and forth as Turning Point USA became his life. All his personal mail came to a little detached garage at 217.5 Illinois Street, whereas Charlie would constantly remind you, like every good startup, Turning Point USA was founded. So anyways, we worked 24/7. He would tell every supporter of ours, between me and him, we were a team that was never off the clock. Full coverage. I would usually stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning working on the next big Turning Point USA project and text Charlie reports of what our team that day had accomplished. It was like this every day. Work, report, and wait to see my text messages to Charlie flip from delivered to read as soon as he woke up on the East Coast, so we can be firing away feedback, thoughts, and a flurry of brilliant Charlie Kirk ideas as soon as he opened his eyes. I'm not kidding you, this was every single day. And all it takes is two dudes to dream up big stuff and talk each other into really insane ideas, which Charlie and I did often to one another. We would go back and forth with those ideas, perfecting them, turning into bigger, more insane and impactful things, and of course, expensive concepts. The ideas literally never stopped. It was around the clock problem solution chat that worked to dream big for the conservative movement. Come up with new ideas, plan new things, fix all problems. My job was to turn them into proposals and presentations, and voila, we would work to execute. Charlie would take red eyes from coast to coast, going all over the country like a crazy man on any and every possible donor, meeting with every possible donor who would take a meeting. So our ideas and fixes for the conservative movement could help young people once and for all. I oftentimes would go with him and marvel at the deranged 22-year-old lifestyle of bathing in airport bathrooms, eating full plates of vegetables and meat at 10 p.m. at night after a long day's work. He was the best at doing all of it. Our success gave me the job of a lifetime, and I'm grateful for it for the rest of my life. I got really good at recruiting the best young talent in the country to come work for us, and it was nonstop. We were a hell of a team. And that's how it worked. Turning Point USA was built, and the Charlie Kirk vision was delivered. I had the special honor at Charlie and Erica's wedding to give a toast speech for Charlie, the groom. It was significantly less pressure than this room. An incredibly beautiful wedding, but small, an important room of people. I can admittedly say I didn't think that I would have to give another Charlie Kirk speech this soon. At his wedding, I told the story of talking Charlie into moving to Arizona. He was an adamant Chicago boy. I needed to break that. Selfishly, I wanted him to love Arizona because I had recently convinced him to move Turning Point USA to Arizona. It was a hard sell at first, and that was until I hosted the first Trump rally in Trump rally history right here in Arizona in 2015. I got a call from Miss Erica Kirk, Miss Arizona 2012. I just want to help, she said. So naturally, I put her right behind the president at that first rally. After that, we talked. It was obvious she was the perfect person for the job that Charlie and I had devised in one of our 24-hour planning sessions. I wanted to hire her. I only had one problem. Charlie Kirk wanted to date her. Long story short, I was very worried he was going to scare her off and screw it up. And I was going to lose this incredible prospect. Like all things he put his mind to, Charlie accomplished everything he put his mind to. They immediately fell in love, and I lost an employee. But now she's my boss. I'm sure you've heard. We love Erica Kirk. Over the years, we built a lot of things. The largest field operation in the conservative movement between high school, college, faith, and action. The first ever ballot chase operation that won the election for President Trump. The largest events in the conservative movement, most of which have been huge, but in convention centers. In 2021, in the aftermath of COVID, we weren't sure if society was ever going to bounce back and ever get back to normal. So we began planning what was one of the crazy ideas known as America Fest. I hope you'll all be there this year. We decided to move it to Swing State, Arizona, and hope and pray that this would work after the world shut down for so long. Charlie, like all our 24/7 ideas sessions, texted me and our VP of events, Lauren Tonsich, late at night, and he showed us and said, "This is my vision." It was an image of a full stadium. A few seconds later, he sent these images of full stadiums of people, hoping for that to be a future Turning Point event. Well, Charlie, my friend, I'm happy to report we're standing in your vision. You did it, buddy. We love you. You are sitting in the vision for Charlie Kirk. God bless.
So I'm going to keep that playing in the background, keep an eye on things. John, I want to pivot to the interview that you did with Charlie. Now, the resolution for those people out there watching, it's pretty grainy. It was very small. I tried to upscale a little bit, but it's still a little bit difficult to view, but the audio track appears to be fine. So this is John Martin interviewing Charlie Kirk. How many years ago was this, John?
About 5 or 6, something like that. 5 years ago, something like that.
Okay. All right. So here we go.
2022, because my concern is you're hearing all this stuff that Republicans got it in the bag, everything else, and they should, but I'm concerned that we won't rise up and do what we need to do. So what do you think the average American needs to take away from this and do to change things in 2022?
Yeah, the country's in rough shape. We're on really fragile footing. We're heading in the wrong direction quickly. The woke left has just been so tyrannical in more ways than one. So I'm really concerned about that. But in order to win, we have to think way bigger than just kind of winning an election. We have to try to execute a metaphorical political extinction event of the left. We have to try to eradicate their political power at every single turn, every single corner imaginable, the same way FDR did to Republicans in the 1930s and 1940s, where you just dominate for a long period of time, and then you can get your agenda passed. I think that's possible. I think that the left is so unpopular, the Democrats have made such dramatic mistakes that we can see a really significant realignment. But we have to tell people what we stand for, why we stand for them. And we also have to continue to empower and embolden our leaders. Ron DeSantis, I think, is America's greatest governor. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, I call him America's governor.
He is the best.
I think he's the best elected official we have in the United States of America right now.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you at that point in time, John. It seems that DeSantis lost his mind when he, teamed up with Paul Ryan in the WEF. DeSantis done a good job for us here in Florida, but he's clearly very opportunistic, and I lost a fair bit of respect for him when he teamed up with Paul Ryan. But I like how Charlie flat out said there, we need a mass extinction event for liberals in the country, metaphorically speaking. We're not unlike the other side, we're not telling you to go do violent things, far from it. But
yeah,
how long was the interview, John? I'm assuming that was just a small portion of it.
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes long. The first part of it, he talked about Ukraine actually, and I probably need to try to pull that up at some point. But he kind of warned us that about the military-industrial complex, all of that kind of stuff, and how we didn't really have a national vested interest in it, but that we were probably going to have to get involved in it at some level, no matter what. He was very insightful on that kind of stuff. And the thing about it is, and I don't know if you notice, I'm wearing the same shirt. I did that on purpose. I'm wearing it in honor of Charlie. This is kind of my...
I thought you were doing a Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs had 100 black turtlenecks, 100 pair of matching jeans, 100 pair of matching briefs, 100 pair of matching socks, because when he was in the Middle East, or not the Middle East, the Far East, after he dropped out of college, some Buddhist monk said to him, you only have the ability to make X amount of decisions per day, so you should save that bandwidth to make more important decisions. And he filled his closet full of all the clothing I just mentioned, and he never had to pay a second thought to it. So I thought you were just copying Steve Jobs. Kind of the same, just different.
Yeah, maybe so. I just don't have the budget that Steve Jobs had, and probably not the Survival Dispatch. By the way, if people want to see, that was a show I used to do called John Martin Talks. Now I'm teamed up, and you mentioned earlier, with Ted Yoho, former congressman, and we call our show the Political Pirate Podcast. And we're getting a little further out there, and we're going to do big things, I'm sure. And you've been very helpful to us, Chris. So I want to say that before I go any further. But, Charlie was very gracious to give me that time. He was just really beginning, if you go back and look at that period of time, to be on the national scene. He was just kind of getting really cranked up big. And I actually had another not planned event with Charlie and myself. You may remember back a few years ago when Don Jr. and Kimberly Guilforth were an item. Well, they came to speak at the University of Florida. And so I went there, probably wearing the same shirt, and just live streaming, not the actual event, but the reaction of people outside. And this is in the heart of University of Florida campus, which, if you're not familiar with UF in Gainesville, we literally are the San Francisco of the South here. And so I'm out there, and if you ever seen me interview people, I don't try to be the story. I try to hear kind of what Charlie Kirk did. I want to hear what they have to say. I want to hear why they're doing what they're doing and what they believe in, because I already know what I believe in. And I don't shy away, just like Charlie didn't shy away from saying what I believe in if questioned. But anyway, so I'm there, and there's a lot of protesters outside the event. And lo and behold, there's Charlie Kirk. He wasn't part of the event. He just showed up. And he's standing there with, as far as I could tell, no other support with him. So I went over and was talking to him because we had talked before, of course. And the next thing you know, we are surrounded by all these students. Some of them may be students, some of them just organized protesters, I don't know. And they're shouting mostly at Charlie Kirk. And it ends up me and him basically up against the Sentry Tower there, and they're just yelling at us. And I guess I qualified because I was the old gray-haired white dude and fit the narrative or whatever. But the most interesting thing that happened there is that, to me, they were holding signs up while I'm trying to live stream right in front of my face and blocking me. And these young girls came up there, and there were some of them that were black, some of them that were mixed, and some of them that looked white, that kind of thing. It was a mixture, right? And they're hollering at Charlie and myself that we are racist. That's what they kept saying over and over and over. And I kept trying to talk to them. And the one girl, a young black girl, hollered at me. She said, "You're a racist. You're a racist." And I just started laughing. And she said, "What are you laughing at?" And I said, "You're calling me a racist?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, that would be news to my wife." And she said, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" I said, "Well, my wife is Bahamian. She's black." And you know what they said? I said, "Well, she's a racist too."
Oh,
and that's when I knew that, hey, there was no sense in talking to these people because they were completely irrational. So I give Charlie Kirk a lot of credit for going to college campuses. I probably saw one of the first times he did that right there. And I got to tell you, man, I was out on a fishing trip, extended fishing trip, when he was assassinated. So I didn't find out about it till about 6 o'clock that next morning. And people were talking about it at the dock. And I'll be honest with you, I've been trying to figure out how I feel about it. I get emotional about it ever since, because you don't think somebody, that you're talking with like that is going to end up being as big as he was, let alone assassinated the way he was. And I said earlier in the show, I wanted to be angry, and I'm sure I will get angry, and I've had some feelings of that, but mostly I'm just very sad for the loss, not only obviously to his family and people that knew him, but to the country and the world as a whole. I'm very sad about it, the loss itself. And I'm really hoping that what we're seeing now is a turnaround for the nation and is truly a turning point for this country. I'm cautiously optimistic about that, but I'm still trying to really figure out how I feel about it.
Well, I personally feel that a big part of Charlie's legacy is going to be exposing the lunatics amongst us. There's one guy out there on X. He put a database online. It was at 40,000. I want to say it's well over 50,000 people who've made fun of Charlie Kirk or celebrated his death, danced on his grave. And the numbers keep growing and growing and growing as far as people losing their jobs. And I think that's a big part of his legacy, is just exposing people. They can't help themselves. And the biggest block of, call it people who are maligning Charlie Kirk are professors and teachers. So maybe part of his legacy, is clearing out those liberal infested institutions. But Khalid, I want to pivot here. I got a question for you. I'm watching stuff like Keith sending me stuff in the background. I'm watching over here. I've got different stuff displayed over here. I think that they're rotating the big names in and out. In other words, they're not going to have, Trump and his entire cabinet there all at the same time. One comes in, goes out, like RFK Jr. and Ted Cruz followed each other. Just curious of your thoughts on that. That's a pretty good strategy that I didn't think of, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, it's always good strategy. The less targets you have in the environment, it takes away the motivation from anyone who might want to attack. Elon Musk is there. He's arrived. I saw on X, I saw his quick press conference at the stadium, inside the stadium. Elon's also there. I think what they've got is a green room of some kind where they've got all of the big names are all in there with their details so they can protect them. And if they need to, move them out quickly. But this is a good way to move, because when you put everybody on the stage at one time, like you would at a political rally, if you were to put everybody on the stage at one time, that's a big target for anyone who wants to hit that target. And when you only have one person coming out and one person going away, one person coming out, one person going away, it makes it less motivating for anyone who may want to hit the arena.
Yeah, that's great perspective. I appreciate you adding that. I just want to share something quickly with our audience here. So if you go to SurvivalDispatch.News, if we're broadcasting live, the video will always be at the top of the page. But when we're not broadcasting live, and typically we go live Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, you'll see the sit rep of the day. So this is today's sit rep situation report. It's a little bit different than usual. It's somewhat smaller. So I want to go and show y'all one that we did, let's say over here. This is one from, Friday. And we put a lot of information out there, as you can see here, for free. If you go to SurvivalDispatch.News, sign up for a free account. You'll get our daily situation reports. You get to see JJ's instructional videos early because we don't put them on YouTube until later that day or the next day even. You also get our Saturday watch guide. Apologies that I haven't got it out this weekend yet. I've just been busier than a one-legged cowboy in an ass-kicking competition. But if you do decide to sign up, and you don't have to, there's a lot of free stuff here that's good. It's only $7.99 a month or $74.99 a year. And when you pay annual, you get 2.5 months for free. But what that gets you is it gets you enrolled in the Survival Dispatch emergency notification system. It gets you access to our super high traffic signal chat. JJ, Khalid, how many messages go through that dang chat?
Oh my God.
You can't leave it alone. If you leave it alone, there'll be 500 messages waiting for you.
Yeah,
that's in a couple hours. I mean, that's just a couple hours.
And that is people like Khalid and JJ and other people sharing information from an expert perspective. But we have a whole crew of regulars in there. It's mind blowing. Tim Smith, Dale, Astro Mom, Dee Dee, and the list goes on and on of sharing a ton of information. But you get invited to our Signal chat. And the process for that, by the way, is you have to have Signal installed on your phone. You have to email your phone number to support@survivaldispatch.com. And you have to make sure that you are not hiding your phone number. If you hide your phone number, we can't send you an invite. And then there's a whole bunch of unnecessary back and forth. You also get all 37 of our Survival Dispatch Insider e-magazines. They sell for $9.99 a piece. It's $370 for free. And you get all of the sources to our sit reps. I can actually show you that over here. When you get to the bottom of the sit reps where my signature is at the bottom, after that are all of the sources. So free is everything from here up. Paid members on the sit reps get that additional information down there. So if nobody has anything to add right this second, I think I'm going to pivot back to the live coverage and see where we're at on that. But you guys okay with that? I'll take that as a yes. All right, let's check it out here. Let me get the audio and everything rolling again.
Charlie prayed for in his life: a restoration of faith, a rebirth of patriotism, is coming to fruition in his death. And right now, he is beaming at us from heaven. The fact that we pulled this off in 7 days is a miracle that only Charlie Kirk can deliver, by the way. So in Charlie's words, let's get to work, everybody. We have a country to save. Thank you.
Let's get to work. We have a country to save right there. Very powerful. That's from the Turning Point team. Now we're going to play a video about Charlie.
Something that is much bigger than yourself. So check your ego at the door. This is not about you, okay? I don't care about your feelings. If you're having a bad day, go figure that out yourself. This is about us. This is about the country. And the whole nation are again on turning point. We do the best events in the movement. In fact, we do the only event. Are there any other events in the movement? No. We've got to put everyone else out of business, right? So we are the only standard of excellence. And so we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't do mediocre around here. We try to raise the level of excellence because we are constantly trying to push the conservative movement and the country to a place it's never been before. You guys know this. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country, period. Find me another organization that's been able to move millions of people the way that we have, that does the events, that does training. Nobody does what we do at Turning Point USA, but it starts with all of you guys. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. And if this type of intensity bothers you, well, then don't go work for Turning Point USA. You can go work for the Department of Labor or something, okay? Because here we do excellent things. We do big things. We make history here at Turning Point USA. It's going to be early mornings. It's going to be late nights. But you all get to know that you're doing something rewarding. That is not just, a career, you check the box. But lives will be changed. I mean, how blessed are we that we get to be here celebrating the country, and this is our job. It's pretty awesome. Here's the one thing that I hear from speakers throughout all the years. Your team is so impressive, and they're so young. Why is it, everybody? Because for us, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. This is not just another DC gig. This is about saving Western civilization. We are the most important organization in the country. You are part of it. It's something bigger than all of us, and it will have ramifications across the country. I'm so thankful for you guys. You guys have really defied gravity, and let's continue to make history here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
comes the right now we're going to bring up the Charlie Kirk Show team you see here on Real America's Voice every weekday.
Just give us a moment. Hello, my name is Andrew Colvin. I am spokesman for Turning Point USA. I'm a business partner of Charlie's. I was the executive producer. I am the executive producer of The Charlie Kirk Show. But most of all, I'm a longtime friend of Charlie's. Charlie and I built the show over 8 years, brick by brick. And I'm so proud of what we accomplished together. And these wonderful people standing behind me are the geniuses, the camera ops, the board ops, the producers, the editors, and the social media team who made the show happen every single day. You preempted my applause line, so we're gonna do it again. They deserve it. They have performed their duties heroically this last week. So please join with me in a big round of applause for them. It's been excruciating to do this show the last week. But we knew it's exactly what Charlie would have wanted. And I want to thank you, the audience. You've helped us work through our grief and our broken hearts, live, on camera, streaming everywhere. And I hope that we've been able to help you do the same in some small way. But I will tell you something. It's remarkable that in the midst of everything else Charlie had going on in his life, fundraising, traveling, speaking, running 2 organizations, that he even had time to fit in a daily radio show and podcast. But I'll tell you something. That show became the favorite part of Charlie's daily routine. It was his one constant amid never-ending change. Even when he was on the road, even when he was overseas, even during AmFest or our conferences, we did the show. But mostly it worked because Charlie loved you, the audience. He read every single email you all sent to him. That's why he said every single day, send us an email at freedom@charliekirk.com. Send us your thoughts. If you agree, you disagree, and we want you to keep sending us those emails. I have no idea how he did it, but he really read every single one of them. And this is a true story. At the end of every show, I had a little ritual of my own. I would go into the sent folder of freedom@charliekirk.com, and sure enough, every single show, I would find debates that he was having with his audience that disagreed on some minor point. There'd be email chains, 6 or 7 emails long, all while Charlie Kirk was hosting his own show. It's truly remarkable. And you, his audience, the grassroots, the muscular class, you all were his firewall for freedom. You were his North Star. When he met fancy elites who tried to take him off course and try and tell him what regular people really cared about, he knew better because he knew all of you. Yes. He knew he had a secret weapon, and it was you, and he never forgot about you because he loved you and he respected your wisdom. You see, it's only now that I'm beginning to realize what was going on all these years that I spent with Charlie. We called them campus tours. Now I know they were really tent revivals, complete with a tent. Amen. We called it the Charlie Kirk Show, but it was really just Charlie confronting the lies in the culture and pointing to the truth day in and day out, and millions of you tuned in. You see, I see it now clearly that Charlie Kirk was a prophet. Not the fortune-telling kind that could predict the future, but the biblical kind. He confronted evil and proclaimed the truth and called us to repent and be saved. Amen. And he wasn't mean about it. He was kind and he was loving. And you could hear in his voice that he desperately wanted the best for you and for all of us. So friends, look around you. We've been worshiping, we've been singing, we've been joyful. Our hearts are grieving, but we do not grieve as the world grieves. Because it says in Scripture, "O death, where is your victory? O death, where is your sting? Christ has overcome death." And Charlie, we are so grateful for the harvest that your life and legacy is producing all around us. And you can see it. The workers. There's a whole lot more workers than there were before. And so let me leave you with this. For all the fans of the Charlie Kirk Show out there, you'll know the line. We will see you Monday. Until then, buckle up. Here we go. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, right there, the Charlie Kirk Show that follows us every weekday at noon. We tossed to Charlie for years. Andrew Colvette, one of his co-hosts, one of his co-anchors. Charlie does it every day. An amazing show. It'll be high noon tomorrow. Okay, we're going to go down. I think we're going to have pivot a little bit. We're going to have Ben Carson, Benny Johnson, and Anna Polina Luna, Jack Posobiec, all coming up here at the commemoration celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk.
I just want to check in with the panel here. Is there anything y'all would like to add at this point, or do we want to stick with the stream? Just giving you a chance to speak up. Good.
Yeah,
there's something I want to talk about, Chris.
Let me get you on screen here. Go ahead, JJ.
Yeah, and it has to do with Charlie and his impact in my own life. With my younger kids, they're all 20 years old now, and my oldest is 31. But Charlie Kirk gave me the tools that I needed to talk to the younger kids in my family. I had a really hard time understanding where they were coming from. And he just had this unique way of making things where it was easy to explain, like maybe a feeling that you have, and you don't know how to articulate it properly. And I think that's the greatest thing that Charlie gave us, because it's opened up lines of communication with me and my younger ones.
That's awesome input, JJ. It's not something that I can lay claim to myself, but it's good to hear that he had a positive influence. Khalid, John, do you want to throw anything in before we go back to the live stream? Everybody's good for now?
Yeah, I'll say something very quickly, because
Sure.
I have a daughter that is in her early 20s, and she's probably more political than a lot of her people, mainly because probably me. But, I don't tell her what to believe or whatnot. I just talk about myself. And I ask her from time to time, what are people in your circle talking about? Because I want that feedback. And she volunteered to me. She asked me a few questions about Charlie and all. And she said that she didn't know exactly how to feel about him and his message and all of that. But that what really surprised her was the people. There were some were on the Facebook and stuff in her peer group, being very critical, repeating, regurgitating stuff they had heard and stuff like that. But quite a few of them were questioning, well, why would they kill this man? All he was doing was talking. He wasn't advocating for, he wasn't committing violence. He was literally talking. And I think the fact that that people are talking about, younger people are talking about that he was killed for just simply having a difference of opinion, there are a lot of them questioning that aspect of it that might not have ever paid attention to Charlie Kirk and beginning to think about things like freedom of speech and those kind of things that they really have not had those conversations about, because if you have one in school, it's not going to be accurate. So I do think there is obviously a stirring of people who were somewhat supportive or very supportive or involved with Charlie. But I think there is a conversation going on with young people and maybe older ones too. What does it mean when someone is assassinated just for expressing a view you may or may not agree with? So that's a positive as well, I think.
Well, John, I think the irony here is that Charlie Kirk was the one guy who gave everybody an opportunity to speak their piece. He didn't cut people up. He didn't throw ad hominem attacks around. When somebody disagreed with him, he said, okay, well, change my mind. Convince me why you're right and I'm wrong. He facilitated, he welcomed, he asked for the conversation. He didn't shut the conversation down like the other side likes to do. The other side is immediately, you're either for us or you're against us. And if you're against us, then you're an idiot and you don't know anything. And he never took it down to that level. So I got to give Charlie credit for that in particular.
I saw that firsthand, Chris, and I was talking about that scenario we were in at UF. He didn't have a microphone. He didn't have a stage. He didn't have people around. It was just him. And he was doing his best to have a conversation with people who just wanted to make it one way and shout it. So I saw firsthand the patience he had, the desire to actually communicate, especially with these young people. And he was it was stifled there, but I could see right then there was something special about him, because most people would actually be confrontational. And I kind of picked up on that. And that's kind of how I've tried to be myself whenever I'm out in the public talking to people and engaging them. And Charlie certainly inspired me in that sense along the way. I will say that.
You guys probably don't know this, but John's a shit disturber. He'll go to UF, I kid you not, and wade right into the middle of a bunch of Antifas and other people like that and stick a mic in their face and say, tell me what your opinion is on this. Yeah. I mean, it's you got to be careful, John. There's this fine line that you can cross where your balls get bigger than your brain is. So don't put yourself in danger with that sort of stuff. But let me pull up something quickly. It's a meme, of course, but could not be more accurate. The dark side has made a grave error. Charlie Kirk and what he stood for will now become more powerful than ever.
If you strike me down, I shall only become more powerful than you can imagine.
True story. I mean, what's coming out of this is absolutely amazing. So let me get the stream back up if nobody else has anything additional at this juncture. And
just one thing that, I mean, answer me this. You guys are in, I don't understand. When I was younger and I would go to the barber shop, for example, with my grandfather, it didn't matter if you were a Republican or if you were a Democrat, you could voice your opinion, and sure, you would take flack from the other side, but in the end of the day, everybody was an American. And somewhere along the lines from, and I know we're talking 40 years or whatever, but I just don't understand how we have gotten to the point where we cannot talk or discuss these ideas like Charlie was trying to do. Like that what he did reminds me of when I was younger. And it doesn't exist today. People get their feelings hurt, and I just don't understand where that divide came from. Like what has changed?
Let me set the stage for Khalid just really quickly. This is all part of the asymmetric, irregular, call it fifth generation warfare that our enemies are waging against us. They know that they can't land on our shores and engage us kinetically and defeat this country. It's the old adage, there's a gun behind every blade of grass. So the war that we've been in is an information war. I hate to quote Alex Jones, but he's right. And they have attempted to, divide and conquer our society on purpose. Convince a segment of the country, America, that you can cut your genitals off and become the other sex, knowing full well that the rest of us are going to dig in and say, no, you can't. Are you crazy, sort of thing, right? And there's all these things, JJ, that have been happening for decades now, flooding the market with SSRIs and all the lunatics that take that crap. 62% of women who are registered Democrats report that they use SSRIs. If 62% are admitting to it, the number's 82%. They all got the crazy eyes and carry on. So this asymmetric, irregular warfare has done tremendous damage to our country as far as unity is concerned. It's now cranked up the violence. So just as Khalid opened up with, they're not dialing it down at all. They're ratcheting things up even further.
Yeah.
And the next piece of that, and then I'm going to turn over to Khalid, is that in the early 1980s, there were over 500 independently owned news organizations in the country. Now you have half a dozen conglomerates own all of it. So BlackRock, Vanguard, those types of companies, right? And 75% of advertising revenue comes from big pharma. People think that the military industrial complex is the biggest lobby in DC. It's not, by an order of magnitude. Big pharma is by far the biggest lobby in DC. So big pharma doesn't make up 75% of the legacy media's advertising because they want you to go to your primary and say, hey, write me a script for this drug. That's a side benefit. The reason they do it is so they can control the narrative. And they say to these media organizations, here's the narrative. You are going to start saying that being transgender is perfectly normal. These people are trapped in the wrong bodies. And if you don't go along with it, we're going to pull our ad spend and you'll be out of business because you've built these media organizations on money that we've given you. We take the money out. It's kind of like what happens when you make a lot of money and you live a certain lifestyle and then that money goes away and you're like, holy shit, how am I going to pay insurance on 10 different cars and trucks and motorcycles? Been there, done that. I'm speaking from experience there. So there's a whole bunch of things that fall into the category of irregular warfare that Khalid is intimately familiar with. I could ramble on about it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let Khalid speak as far as that's concerned. Take it away.
Well, look, I'll take you back to the 1980s when we watched TV, they were talking about family values. Everything on TV after 8 o'clock was family values. How do you raise your kids? How do you teach them to be good? How do you teach them not to lie? How do you teach them not to steal? How do you live in a normal cultured society? And how do you talk to people? That was normal for us growing up. In the 90s, that changed. All of a sudden, the male became an enemy of the family. All the male had to do was go out and work and bring home the money. The family was run by the mother, which is great. The mom is a significant part of raising a family, but the father has a role. That was step one. Step two was making the man weak. And then you slowly started seeing the culture war start, where TV, movies, everything started making the man very weak. And as a result, the boys in the family become weak. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't handle this. I can't take this. Let me go to a psychologist. Let me go to a psychiatrist. Let me understand this. Let me understand this. We let the media deprogram us from what we were supposed to be. And the concept of alpha and beta males came in that generation. Because now if you talk to a guy, well, let me ask my wife what she thinks. Oh, let me do this. Let me do this. That man that used to say, no, we're not doing this because we're just not doing it. It's not something that we need to do. It's not good for our family. I'm not doing this. The second problem you have is social media. When you've got keyboard warriors flying off with insults, flying off with nasty comments, telling you who you are and who you are not, that has come into society. And now when you get face to face with somebody, there's not a conversation. It's that keyboard warrior that goes to war with you. He doesn't understand how to talk to you. They only know how to fight. And then when you look at the media today, everything is about fighting. Show me on TV today the programs that teach you family values, the programs that do not have technology built in behind them, the programs that are telling us how to be good parents, the programs that are telling us how to be good adults, the kids that are growing up, that are showing them how to be good, responsible adults. They don't exist anymore. It's rom-coms, it's war movies, it's violence, and that's what we're moving with. This is beautifully done. I mean, there was a Russian, Yuri Bezmov, who literally laid out the 4 steps on how you destroy a society. And America has implemented all 4 steps. The culture is gone. To rebuild that culture that America had back in the 1980s, it will take one full generation to come back. If they realize it now, it will take one full generation to come back to where we were. If they don't realize it right now, it turns into 2 generations. And it takes more and more and more time to get there. Because what the greatest thing you could do to any country is to weaken the family structure. Once the family structure is gone, it's game over. That society, that culture, that family that exists is gone because you don't have that structure anymore. That's why your divorce rates are so high. I can't be happy with who I'm with. I just can't. It's just not possible. Let me get a divorce. Before, back in the 60s, 70s, divorce rates were very low because families learned how to deal with problems together and move forward and get better together. Now, 2 years, 3 years into a marriage, I just can't tolerate my husband. I want a divorce. I just can't tolerate my wife. I want a divorce.
Well, I may be a hopeless romantic, but I believe that it starts here with us right now. Like we're turning the tide. Now, I believe in the power of our minds and what we can do and the people that we can reach. All it takes is an awakening of people in our circle or in our tribe, the people that we're what's the word I'm looking for? The ones that we interact with out here. Like we're out here preaching the gospel right now, trying to get people to understand that. I just think that there's this one thing, it's like common courtesy is just gone. Like you can't just
doesn't exist anymore.
Have a conversation with somebody about something,
Well, JJ, you remember? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but JJ, you remember? It's like the barbershop example you gave. You could literally sit, not just a barbershop, but you could sit in a drawing room and everybody would have different opinions. Yeah. Everyone could talk very respectfully to each other. Yeah. It was not you're a this, you're a this, you're a this. Now you get to you're a this. You're a racist. You're a bigot.
It's all name pointing and or name calling and pointing the fingers and I'm gonna die on this hill and
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's even worse than that, JJ. What's the famous quote from Mike Tyson about everybody thinks they're a tough guy till they get punched in the face?
Everybody has a plan.
Yeah, there you go. So there's been this pussification of America going on for decades. The average 20-year-old kid today has a lower testosterone rate than 70-year-old men had at the turn of the century. And it's all done through our poisoned, ultra-processed food system, which is absolutely killing masculinity on purpose. This is another aspect of fifth-generation warfare, irregular warfare. We have shit in our food supply that the rest of the world doesn't have because of this overt or covert, for that matter, attack on us. Somebody said something about SSRIs in the chat. So SSRIs are typically prescribed to people who have mental issues, anxiety and stuff, but it's the side effects that are horrible, right? So the main side effects of SSRIs are suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, and back to my comment on Mike Tyson, these people will run their mouths online and say shit that they would never say to your face. So we get a lot of trolls at Survival Dispatch, and I don't really give a crap. And what I say to them is I say, I'm not hard to find. Come and say that to my face. Yeah. Well, you could beat me up, but that's not what it's about. Well, then shut your trap. If you want to get aggressive with me, you're going to get what you give, number one. And there's also the culture of entitlement that has been, woven into our culture and society. Or I get some asshole yesterday sent me an email saying that I make way too much money and I should be enrolling everybody in the Survival Dispatch emergency notification system for free, without any clue whatsoever how much money my wife and I have poured into Survival Dispatch. We're the only ones who haven't drawn a paycheck out of it, for crying out loud. And you want to tell me that I owe you all of that for free? You want to pay for SMS messages and emails sent out in bulk. Do you know how much that costs? It's big, big money. When we ask people to help out by paying $7.99 a month or $74.99 a year, that's just so we can cover expenses. I mean, we are now over $4,500 a month just in recurring software expenses. So you're saying that my family shouldn't have the opportunity to put food on the table because I should give all this shit away for you for free? This is where I agree with Charlie Kirk. We have a problem in our society, and we need to, have a mass extinction event. I'm not preaching, violence. I'm talking figuratively, culturally, mind-wise, not physically. But God damn it, we've got some assholes. And I'll tell you what, there was a couple assholes who took a run at me yesterday, and I'm kind of mulling it over. But I think I'm going to make them both assholes of the day in two separate broadcasts this coming week, because when you hide this stuff, people think they can continue to get away with it. And I think after 3.5 years of this stuff, I'm ready to put a big old spotlight on it and say, look at this dickhead, because we have a lot of dickheads in our friggin' society, and SSRIs drive a lot of it, as well as the fact of all the nonstop propaganda that the legacy media puts out there. It's extremely destructive to our society and our culture. John, do you want to put anything in before I go back to live stream here?
Yeah. First of all, I saw a gentleman chimed in named Roy on the chat, said he's going to watch my show. I appreciate it so
right on.
very much. But yeah, I mean, part of it, Charlie Kirk himself answered that we don't have a common culture basis right now, that foundation. And he said, Christianity was it and all. And I agree with him. It certainly was and should be. But something a mentor of mine said a long time ago is, I know a lot of people struggle with the God issue. I have struggled with it myself. And he told me a long time ago that, John, the only thing you need to know about God is that there is one and it's not you. And that's the foundation to kind of start with, and I still
I'm writing that down, John. I'm going to quote you and the person who gave you warmly and fondly.
Yeah, his name was Chuck. He's
Chuck,
dead,
all right.
but he said there is a God and it ain't you. Just start right there and you'll be okay. And so I think that's, Charlie talked about that as a foundation, because that goes back to the barbershop that JJ was talking about, because that's the same way I grew up as well. And I saw something when I was watching the various coverages prior to we getting on the show here, and CNN had a a tagline down there in the scroll that I found very interesting. It talked about this service that was coming up for Charlie Kirk, and it said that it was being treated as a state funeral for the right. In other words, they weren't just saying it was treated like a state funeral. They were saying it was treated for a state funeral, which I do agree with to a point, like the right, for the right. And so they're always sending these subtle messages to people. But here's one of the reasons why I first started doing a podcast, when I didn't even know they called it that some years ago, is I felt a sense of obligation to give back the things that I learned from the culture of America that I grew up with, and to be a bridge to those people that are just locked in their cell phones like this all the time. Because I do believe there's an obligation to pass it on, because like Ronald Reagan famously said, it's not in the bloodstream. It could basically be wiped away in one generation. And I think we're seeing that. And I agree with what Khalid said about the generational change. But the good news is that there are some statistics that are beginning to show that young people, the youngest people coming to age that came of age during the COVID lockout, are finding life pretty shallow. And they're seeking something to fill that God hole in them, and I filled it myself with drugs and alcohol and all that stuff in my day, and if you don't fill up that God hole in you with some type of spirituality, then you're going to fill it up with something else: sex, drugs, rock and roll, pornography, you name it. And so I think young people are starting to realize the emptiness of what is being preached to them, and they are searching for something to fill up that hole. And I think that's where it comes back on our generation to make sure that we're doing everything we can to show them and be honest about your mistakes. I've made many of them, but I got through it with a spiritual belief that there's a higher power out there. There's a God, and it ain't me. And the only way, and about the rudeness, I'll say this and I'll shut up. I agree 100%. Our society is getting ruder by the minute, and it just got times 10 during COVID. And it started really getting to me. And finally, I just surrendered. I just said, I can't really do anything about this, but I'm not going to add to it. And so if you want to push in front of somebody at the line at Walmart, I'm your guy. There's nothing I'm doing that's so important that I'll go ahead and let you. Because I found out the only solution for me was not to add to that. So I'm trying not to add negativity to what we're happening. I'm trying to add positivity and tell people how I overcame some of these things, and give people hope that if this little sinner can overcome them, so can you.
Yeah, well said, John. Does anybody want to add anything before we pivot back to the live stream? I do have to make one correction. So Khalid, JJ, and myself, we're not your generation. We're Gen Xers, by the way, just for the record.
I'm the tail end of the baby boom.
So I just want to make that small correction there. But
Well, let
anyway.
me tell you something really quick on that. So I went to pick up my granddaughter, who's 4 years old, at school the other day, and it was after school at this country day school she goes to, and one of the kids threw out a name and said, "Are you here to pick up such and such?" It was a boy's name, and I said, "No, I'm here to pick up Armani. I'm her grandfather." And the other boy said, "Well, I knew you were someone's grandfather."
You can't.
I'm a grandfather. Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Kids are paid. They'll set you straight, man.
By the way, if the guys from Carnival are watching, check out JJ in the bottom corner. He's got his Carnival hat on. Right on. My Carnival hat's over there. I might have to change my hat for the second part of this, but we're going to go back to the live stream. Jack Posobiec is speaking. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm overdue for a coffee. Just I run on coffee and nothing but. So let's hear what Jack Posobiec has to say.
Than he who laid down his life for his friends. Are you ready to continue the mission? Are you ready to fight back? And are you ready to put on the full armor of God and face the evil in high places and the spiritual warfare before us? Then put on the full armor of God. Do it now. Now is the time. This is the place. This is the turning point for Charlie. God bless to all of you. God bless to everyone, to Charlie's family, to all the families. And Charlie, till we meet again, brother.
Wow, Jack Posobiec, incredible. One of Charlie's best friends and individuals with when Charlie was assassinated, Frank Turek, a very close friend of Charlie's and one of his mentors, will take the stage momentarily.
Please welcome to the stage Frank Turek.
Erica wanted me to share with you what happened after that shot rang out on September 10th. I was standing 25 feet from my beloved friend just off his right. Why was I there? About 5 years ago, Charlie asked me if I would mentor him in the evidence for Christianity, because that's one of the things I do. Now, it's going to be difficult to mentor someone smarter than you. However, the only thing that surpassed Charlie's intellect was his humility. And so the few things I knew that he didn't, he wanted me to share with him. When that shot rang out, I took a step toward him, but his security team was on him immediately. And so Charlie, being like a son to me, I ran toward the security team and we ran to the SUV together. No father would stand back and go, "No, you just take my son, take him, I'll meet you at the hospital." I got into the back of the SUV, and let me tell you something. His team was amazing. When this full investigation is done, I think you're going to see that his team did everything they were supposed to do. In the car, Justin was driving. Dan was in the front with the GPS. Rick was to my left. He had Charlie's head. And Brian was at Charlie's feet. And Charlie's so big, we couldn't even shut the door. He's so tall. And I'm perched over the back seat. And while they're administering all sorts of first aid, apparently my job was to yell. I was doing a lot of yelling. And I want you to know that we did everything we could to save Charlie, but Charlie was already gone. His face was looking at mine, but he wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity. And if it's any comfort at all, I learned later that Charlie felt no pain. He died instantly. But we had to try and bring him back. We couldn't save him. Now, I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk. Now look, there's only two things you can get in the afterlife. You can get justice or you can get grace. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone in here, does anybody out there watching around the world want justice from an infinitely just being? I don't want justice, I want grace. Well, the only way to get grace for an infinitely just being is for him to punish an innocent substitute in our place. Where can he find an innocent substitute among us? He can't. We're all fallen. So what does this infinitely just and infinitely loving God do?
Hey, can I patch you in?
He adds humanity to his deity.
What's that? Do you mind if I patch you in?
That rebelled against him to torture and kill him.
Give me a second here to.
So he could place their punishment upon
Hold on a
himself.
second. I think my
And
Bluetooth
then
might
by
disconnect.
trusting
Just give me
in
a second
him,
here.
every one of us can be forgiven
Bear with me.
and then given his righteousness. Ladies and gentlemen, this
I got
is the
so many,
greatest story ever told. And it happens to be true.
With so many different
There's
Bluetooth
evidence for
devices.
this, and Charlie knew it. Watch his videos. Charlie knew that life wasn't just about money. It wasn't just about sex. It wasn't just about power. It wasn't just about prestige. He knew that the purpose of life is to know Jesus and to make him known, to make heaven crowded.
Greg, it's not letting me. Let me call you, Keith. Let me give you a call right back.
Charlie's eyes were fixed on eternity. Where have your eyes been fixed? What have you been doing with your lives?
Okay, go ahead.
What have you been doing? What are you going to do now? You know, in every evil, God brings forth some ripples of good. In this case, he's bringing a tsunami of good. Look around. You're seeing it. And if you think a martyrdom is going to stop this movement, well, we all know Charlie was inspirational, but Erica Kirk is a force of nature. You're going to see her later today. In fact, I know what's going on in the spiritual realm right now. Every morning Erica gets up, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, she's awake again!" And ladies and gentlemen, let's honor Jesus. Let's honor Charlie. Let's honor Erica so that when we wake up every morning, the devil shrieks, "Oh no, they're awake again. They're born again."
We're going to have the original musicians that were earlier. We're going to have a short musical interlude and then a video about the life of Charlie Kirk. We're going to go back to the main stage as they setup right now. Incredibly moving so far. Poso goes crazy. Let's go. Enjoy the music.
I'm hearing you guys. Hopefully you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me. Sorry. All right, cool. I cannot hear a thing of you guys.
We got you back now. This is Keith Graves joining us from the WKRP News Chopper in Phoenix. Go ahead, Les Nessman.
The turkeys are still alive. All right. So, Trump with appearance. They showed him on video. He's in a skybox directly behind me over here. And the minute they showed him, the crowd just erupted. Everybody was going crazy. They started shouting USA over and over again. And pretty much all cameras are on him right now. So there's a lot of dignitary movement right now. And the whole first 4 ways, we've got 15 million. I say I think there's like Crusaders, Kennedy, just tons of people that, I mean, you see everybody there, right? Those people started to pull out. It seems like they're all taking a bathroom break, and then they're going to come back in. They're doing a worship session right now. I think when the worship session's done, we're going to see more, even heavy hitters, doing what you've seen already, but I've been Johnson and some others.
Hey, Keith, your audio is a little bit muffled. It almost sounds like you got your hand maybe over part of the mic. But yeah, you're gonna have to hold it up close for sure.
Okay. Please, better.
No.
Okay.
Check your connection on your receiver, on your like I'm sure your mic is fine, but check your receiver.
I think it's still
Yeah, it sounds like you're underwater.
Yeah, I think it's the music is shutting out the mic because it's too loud for the mic out there.
No worries. How's everything else going there?
Good. There's everybody's super joyous. Yeah, man, it's just a great celebration of his life. It's really good.
Did they tell you how long the event's going to run, Keith?
They said, this is going on a little bit longer than I thought. I thought we'd be done by now, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to be. But I mean, we still got the president in his spot, the vice president. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more people to speak.
Right on. Yeah, so somebody should just put subtitles on the screen. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do that. It's really sounds like you're underwater, but I'm guessing it's the mic trying to cut the background noise out and just focus on your voice. But it's struggling with it for sure.
Yep. It's just too much for it. I'm sorry, man.
No, don't apologize. It's all good. Good to see you. Good to see everything going well there, for sure. So far, just answer this one question before you go. So far, out of all the speakers, who's got the biggest reception?
Oh, Benny. I spoke. Benny, and then the very beginning, I think it was Charlie Kirk, and worked with him. He's really well known as well. He got standing ovation after standing ovation. Brandon Johnson pretty much with that.
All right, cool. I appreciate you reporting in very much, Keith. I'm going to try to get our Bluetooth fixed, so maybe next time we can try the call in and have the audio as well. But I appreciate you, absolutely. Did you find somewhere to charge your phone, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good to go. It's charging right now.
Hey,
POTUS is
sounding clear.
Yeah, your audio is perfect.
Oh, the music stopped. That's why.
Oh,
the minute the music stopped, everything gets better.
Yeah, no, your audio is perfect now. Start over again. You got to start right from the beginning. Just kidding.
All right. No, POTUS. All that matters Trump is right there.
Right on. Who else is still in the building that's a big name in the government? Because it looked like they were maybe going to be rotating people kind of in and out, so all of the big targets weren't there at the same time.
So I did see Ted Cruz just left. First, I'm still here. Yeah, I think it's Trump and Noam and a couple other I want to say minor Republican Congress members, but that pretty much sums it up.
Okay, yeah, good strategy if that's actually what they're attempting to do. Is there somebody speaking right now, Keith?
No, they're showing like a commercial for TPUSA.
Okay, just curious. I was wondering what the lag was between what we're seeing for live stream and what's actually happening there. While we've got you and you've got decent audio, is there anything else that you can share with our audience? Any other observations? Have you seen anybody act out of line, anything like that?
Not one bit, man. Everybody's super cool. Yeah,
Awesome.
Everybody's super cool. They're starting to round the press up, and they're trying to put us on we've had pretty much free reign, and I've been taking advantage of it. But they're starting to corral us and trying to get us onto this stage that there's not enough room for all of us. And they're trying to get rid of us, and I think it's because Trump is coming, and they don't want us. I think they're trying to limit who's walking around. That's the feeling I get.
That makes sense. That would be a good choice on their part for sure. I'm glad to hear no disrespectful people are there. Because you know how they love to infiltrate our event and run their mouths off and stuff like that. So that's good to hear, definitely.
Dude, if they showed up and they did something, I don't think the cops would get there in time to save that poor soul. Just
to be clear, Keith is not inciting violence against anybody. He's just making a valid observation.
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you, if I was the cop assigned to this and I saw that fight going on, I'm like, I'm coming. I'm getting there. Hold up. I got some injuries going to slow me down, but I'll be there. Sometimes things just need it's called street justice. Sometimes things just need to sort themselves out.
Right. Oh, imagine that. Well, that's awesome.
And when we're on microphone and not being recorded, I got some great stories about street justice for you later.
Right on.
Oh, I gotta tell you, the coolest part is all the people that are here that watch Survival Dispatch.News and Christian Warrior that are coming up to talk to us.
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude, it's a great feeling, man. Like, it's awkward. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little awkward because.
So I gotta ask, how come you're not wearing the River City Police badge today?
Oh, brother, it's hilarious. I've been pointing cops left and right, and the farther west you go, the more cops realize what it is. Almost every cop to it too goes, "That's you?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me, man. Here you go." And they are so happy, dude. I pointed a couple of Secret Service guys, and they were just like, "No way." They're like, "We fought." They're like, "You make fun of us all the time," and I'm like, "Hey, Perp, there's a lot to make fun of there." But it makes me feel pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The smile on their faces is wonderful.
That is awesome. That is too freaking funny.
Yeah, it's awesome. Oh, the other thing, the number of families that are here. There are children, all different ages here. There's some podcasters that are children that are here. And it's just wonderful to see the family environment.
That doesn't surprise me, but I'm glad to hear that. It's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. These poor souls back here, they've got the farthest view. They got the farthest to look back there. Right. It's pretty amazing. Hey, I went up and looked at the glass that you guys were concerned about. Like that stuff that's up front. Totally not a problem, man. You can't even the whole stage blocks everything. Even if it wasn't there, you couldn't see through it. I can kind of see some clouds maybe, but not real. You wouldn't be able to make anything out. So
yeah, I haven't had a chance to check on X. I'm going to do it as soon as you leave, just to see what's going on outdoors and seeing if there's any assholes outdoors. Because I did see some chatter in advance that some of these lunatics were planning on.
Bro, when we leave here, they're going to get their clock cleaned. They better leave. This is not. They're all riled up and they're ready to take back America. They probably should keep their mouths shut.
That sounds like good advice for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right,
Right.
guys. I'm gonna get back on and get ready. I think bigger speakers are coming now.
Right on. I appreciate you joining us, Keith. Thank you.
All right, guys. You take care.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you. See you shortly. Hey, Khalid, have you seen anything online by any chance as far as anything going on outside?
I keep checking. It's pretty quiet outside. Because I keep going back and forth and checking to see if there's something going on out there. But it seems pretty quiet. I think the police have it under control. They're not letting anybody inside the perimeter. So if it's outside the perimeter, we're not seeing it. But inside the perimeter, there's nothing.
What's the online reaction been to the speakers so far? I see somebody put in there that Benny knocked it out of the park.
Well, a lot of people were happy with Ben Carson. A lot of people are tweeting on Trump when he arrived at the stadium. There's just a regular, literally, as you're scrolling, you see something about the memorial going on. So I mean, they've gotten great coverage.
No, that's awesome. And I'm watching the live stream here, and there's still nobody on stage. I'm just thinking of ways that we can bridge it until somebody else comes back up there. I guess we've got some of the memorial videos. What do you think of playing a few of those, Khalid, just to kind of fill up?
That Hillsdale one is really nice. That one that Hillsdale College released today, that one's a really nice video.
Let's play that then. Let me get over to the other screen here. About me is on there. Okay, bear with me here. Let's play the who was it from again? Hillsdale College. Yeah, let's play their
college. Yep.
Aristotle wrote that all men seek to know, and I find that when I go to these college campuses, that students deep down, they want to know. It's time that we teach them something. We must steep our children in wisdom. How do you do that? You read great books. You study Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Augustine. You guys should be here to read really old good books, understand ancient philosophy, to become a well-rounded citizen of what is good, true, and beautiful. Religious freedom in the United States Constitution is unlike anything else. The more I study the framers and the founders, the more thankful I am to God that we live in this country. I can't tell you how profound, I believe, divinely inspired. Freedom cannot exist without virtue. And so freedom will come after, and it's happening right now. People go to church and give their life to God. You cannot have a free society if you do not have a society that values God. My kids are my most important thing in my world. My wife and my kids, my relationship with God, top three things, right? God, wife, kids, in that order. The necessity of virtue was fundamental to the American founding. The ability to pursue virtue without somebody getting in the way. The founding fathers designed this system of self-government, believing that only with a moral and religious people this was possible. The paramount issue of our time is the question of what is a human being? Is it an image bearer and something worthy of protection and dignity that has rights, or did it come into existence because of a splendid accident? Answer to that question dictates your politics, your morality, your government, your actions, all of it. We still have speech. We still have the ability to assemble and spread ideas. I think that a revival is not just, likely. I think it's inevitable. Courage is the ultimate virtue. Without it, there are no other virtues. Courage is committing yourself to the correct course of action, regardless of the cost associated to it. I want to be remembered for courage for my faith.
Yeah, you're right, Khalid. That was a very, very well done. And I'm just trying to keep an eye here on the stage. I don't see anybody out there still. I'm going to play one more of the tribute videos because we have a few of them lined up. And then, JJ, I've got some questions for you on 30-06. I know what's your favorite round. They're now, one of Charlie Kirk's friends said that the ME did recover a projectile and that it had stopped at his spine and didn't go through his spine because his bones were incredibly dense. I'm not sure what to think of that, but you're the expert on 30-06. So, Khalid, did you have something you wanted to add before we play this video?
Go ahead and play the video.
Okay, everybody's good with that? All right, let's play this next one, and we'll come back right after this.
Why did the night have to take you so soon? Why did the dawn break without you? The world feels cold. I can't make sense of a soul so bright, brought to an end. You stood for truth, you carried pain through every storm, through fire and rain. But hatred's hand was far too cruel. It broke the light, it broke the rule. Now flowers fall where you should stand. We hold your memory in trembling hands. You fought a good fight, you gave all you could. May God receive you, He knows you were good. Rest in peace, rest in peace. May heaven's arms give your soul relief. You're gone from here, but not from love. Your spirit flies with the stars above. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. The world will cry, but your light won't cease.
Your name still rings in every prayer. 1,000 voices hold you there. Though we bleed with questions why, we trust you're safe on the other side. No more battles, no more scars. You shine forever where angels are. The pain is heavy, but the truth is clear. God's called you home, though we need you here.
Rest in peace, rest in peace. May heaven's arms give your soul relief. You're gone from here, but not from love. Your spirit flies with the stars above. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. The world will cry, but your light won't cease. One day we'll meet beyond the skies, when no more tears can cloud our eyes. Till then we'll hold the love you gave, a legacy no death can take. Rest in peace, rest in peace. The fight is over, your soul's at ease. Rest in peace, though the night is long. Your memory lives, your heart is strong. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Charlie, you're home now.
No, that was actually pretty well done. But bear with me for a second here. Oh, automatically went right into the next one there. Bear with me just for a second here. I want to make sure that we've got all the stages set up properly. A funky thing happened there. Yeah, we're okay now. So I see somebody's on stage. I'm going to go back to the live stream in just a second. I caught somebody in the live chat mentioning stuff with regards to, I think it was Al-Qaeda or whatever. This broadcast is 100% dedicated to Charlie Kirk. That's why we're not doing any conflicted questions. We're not doing hero of the day. This is 100% Charlie Kirk. We'll be back tomorrow night. Khalid and I will be back tomorrow night with the next episode in our Long War series on 9/11 2.0, the Long War. And we'll be covering all kinds of updates there as well. Khalid, I got something for you to maybe look into. I got an email from one of our followers, and I'm going to tell you offline what he exactly said, but he said, could we please confirm that U.S. Marshals are not allowed to carry guns, because he has a contact who said that is not the case. And everything that I've read up until now says that that power was taken away by an Obama or Biden appointee. So I'd like to be able to speak briefly to that. Probably you're on mute, Khalid. I'd like to speak briefly to that tomorrow. I'm just planting the seed, because if I don't do it now, you know me, it'll be poof gone. You know, I don't have Alzheimer's. I get sometimes. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I forget. But that's a topic for tomorrow. I just wanted to get it on your radar. So does anybody have anything they want to add before I go back to the stream? By chance, we're good. Lieutenant Colonel Doc Pete Chambers is on a shooting range, by the way, a good friend of mine, and he's going to try and get somewhere that he can call in and give us the take from his perch. He's, of course, running for governor of Texas. And if Texas doesn't elect him, their next governor, I think Texas is in deep, deep trouble. Greg Abbott's a WEF guy, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, because, again, today is all about Charlie. So let's head on back to the live stream here. Just bear with me for a second. And this is, boy, it's going to be good to have a producer, Khalid.
Yeah, you'll be able to relax.
Well, I'm just saying, it'll be great having a producer. But all right, here we go.
Always marched forward. Embodied the MAGA warrior, never backing down. Charlie was all Trump. When the president had an idea, no matter how big it was, Charlie was always willing to make it happen. One time, on a trip to Louisiana, Charlie forced a group to leave early and fly to New York City. He had to rush and get to Fox News for an interview with Judge Jeanine. When we arrived in New York, it turned out Jeanine wasn't even in New York. She was filming remotely. The real reason Charlie was in a hurry, he had dinner plans with the woman who would become the love of his life and the mother of his two beautiful children. Erica, we love you, we support you, and we will always be here for you. After we won the last election, the presidential transition kicked into high gear. Charlie knew the importance of hiring loyal patriots for this administration, and Charlie worked every single day to ensure we got the very best of them in the door. Countless individuals are currently in key roles across our government because of Charlie Kirk. Today, I want to ask every person in this arena and the millions more watching around the world, will you make sure that we continue to build upon what Charlie Kirk started? I want to ask each and every one of you today, if you believe in America, stand up. If you believe Charlie Kirk represented the best of us, stand up. If you believe in the power of Charlie Kirk, his mission, his courage, his conviction, stand up. Charlie, we miss you. We love you. We wish you were here with us today. We will never forget you. Rest in peace, my brother.
Please welcome to the stage, Stephen Miller.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing, nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us, because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good, and we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Stephen Miller right there, as he always does, throwing down pure fire. This audience is now jacked as a present. The Chief of Staff of the White House, very close to Charlie, Susie Wiles.
Welcome to the stage, Susie Wiles.
Frick. Apologies. I'm on mute and I'm sitting here talking away. You guys, I was saying that Stephen Miller is such an asset for our side. It's easy to see why the left hate him so much. And I was just curious if any of you wanted to chime in with regards to Stephen Miller, especially what he just said. I'll give you guys an opportunity now, and then we'll pivot back to the stream after that. Khalid, have you got anything you want to add at this point?
I've never been a fan of Stephen Miller. I'm going to make enemies with this statement, but I've never been a fan of him. I mean, he's got a lot of fire, but he tends to direct his fire to the wrong places. This is a day about Charlie. He should have focused more on Charlie's work and what Charlie achieved and where Charlie has put this country, because you not only have a revival, but you have Christianity coming back. America needed this. They really needed this, because the left has eroded religion so much that it's become almost a slur to say you're a Christian. And Charlie made it great again to call yourself a Christian.
Yeah, good comments. No worries at all, Khalid. We can agree to disagree on stuff. I like him because he's such a fast thinker on his feet, and he pisses off the liberals, to be quite frank. So everything else aside, but JJ, I don't know, are you familiar with Stephen Miller at all? I know you don't track politics as closely as we do.
No.
What do you think of his speech there? He's a fiery guy, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's passionate. You can tell that. Like he's got some fire underneath his butt for sure.
The liberals love to say that he's a hardcore Nazi, so on and so forth, but he just pisses them off
these days.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course. I got the same memo that you got. Middle-aged white male, and we're the devil.
Right.
So we're the biggest threat to the country. John, what are your thoughts on Stephen
Well, he
Miller?
mentioned Nazis. I guess you saw where Byron Donaldson, I guess he's a member of the Third Reich. He was arguing with that Tlaib lady about that. She called him a fascist and a Nazi. That was pretty incredible. Well, Stephen Miller is a firebrand. There's no question about it. I can certainly appreciate what Khalid said about the timing at that moment. We need all kind of warriors, I suppose. I've always been, as you know, I call myself kind of a happy warrior. I'm always fighting, but I try to keep it positive. But the whole thing, and Khalid talked about, I've been looking for a time to mention this, and I'm going to mention it now, about Christianity. If people want to know, for instance, let's say you're not a believer in Christ, maybe you don't believe in God or whatever, that kind of thing. Something that didn't get that much attention because of all that's happened, but Ted and I talked about it on our Political Pirate podcast show. When Tim Kaine, who was maybe a couple of heartbeats away from potentially being president before Trump, with Hillary Clinton's vice presidential pick, when he said in an open Senate meeting that he was troubled by one of Trump's appointees because he mentioned Marco Rubio, who talked about our rights come from God, inalienable rights, not from government. And he said he was troubled by that. Here's a guy who's by all means, an educated person, has served, whether you like him or not, as a U.S. Senator for a number of years, was, the nominee for vice president back in 2016. And if he truly believes what he said the other day, and Cruz gave him a good, talking down about that, but that our rights actually come from government and all, that is a fundamental difference in the founding of this nation. And that's what scares me. If that you talk about not being able to agree and the barbershop things that like JJ was talking about, it goes back to that. To me, I can't really believe that we've come so far that there's actually a U.S. senator that is saying that our rights come from the government, because that's the Constitution. And I'll shut up. I'll get off my soapbox. The Constitution was written not to empower government. I'm going to say that again. It was not written to empower government, but to protect the freedom of people from the overreach of government, the exact opposite of what Tim Kaine said. So, yeah, we need a spiritual revival for multiple reasons, but we also need it to just simply understand what really separates us from the rest of the world.
Yep, that's well said, John. I mean, we're essentially the firewall between globalism and freedom because of our Constitution. But I would simplify it even greater than that, John. The Constitution doesn't grant us any rights whatsoever. The Constitution is us telling the government what rules they have to play inside of. And it's really simple. We, the people. Those three words say it all. We are giving the government permission to rule over certain things, but they can't go outside those guidelines. Somehow people have flipped that around to mean that the government can do whatever they want and we get our rights from the Constitution. Other way around, government gets their rights from us. And it's civics 101 stuff, and it's another part of this irregular warfare where they've managed to convince a good number of Americans that somehow, government is all powerful. Government is not all powerful. This is textbook libertarianism. Tucker Carlson's on. I'm not going to play it. I've heard enough crap come out of his mouth in the past couple of years, and I'm not giving him any additional coverage for the crap that comes out of his mouth. I did, however, find a memorial video done by John Snyder from the Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, I watched Dukes of Hazzard every Friday night when I was a little kid growing up. It was a big deal back then. So I'm going to play that. But Khalid, do you want to add anything? Or JJ, you want to add anything before we go to this next memorial? No, we're good? All right.
I can say that God's laws supersede man's laws every time.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep. Hands down.
Yep. legit statement. So let me get this next one up, and it looks like it's almost 6 minutes long. I'm going to play the whole thing.
So we better go. Let's go. Hit play.
If you saw it, you wish you hadn't. And if you were there, you wish you weren't. The day a single shot rang out and a bullet paused the earth. When they thought it was all over, they were sure we'd give it up. But they were wrong. It's so not true. It's up to us, 'cause we're not through. See what we do with Charlie's words. Charlie's words broke through the barricades. Charlie's words cut through the dark. Charlie's words gave silence people a purpose and a spark. They spoke of me. They spoke of you. They spoke of them and us and we. Charlie's words gave strength to people to get up on their feet. And speak it loud, speak it proud, with the voice God gave to them. I tell you now, before we're through, they've no idea what they've done or what we'll do. Me and you, with Charlie's words. A coward shot that was meant to silence echoes now all around the world. Woke and united, sleeping giants. Flags forever now unfurled, while they laugh and mock our sorrow, thinking tears mean we're not tough. All they've done is fuel our fire. We're rising up to call their bluff with Charlie's words. Charlie's words broke through the barricades. Charlie's words cut through the dark. Charlie's words gave silence people a purpose and a spark. They spoke of me, they spoke of you, they spoke of them and us and we. Charlie's words gave strength to people even when they disagree. To speak it loud and speak it proud, with the voice God gave to them. I tell you now, before we're through, they've no idea what they've done or what we'll do. Me and you, with Charlie's words. This conversation isn't over. This is a movement, not a trend. He gave his life for faith and freedom. Will you, will we, will I? Charlie's words broke through the barricades. Charlie's words cut through the dark. Charlie's words gave silence people a purpose and a spark. They spoke of me. believe. Charlie's words empowered people to rise up on their feet and speak it loud, to speak it proud, with the voice God gave to them. I tell you now, before we're through, they've no idea what they've done or what we'll do. Me and you, with Charlie's words, talking about me and you and Charlie's words.
How do you want to be remembered? If I die, I want to be remembered for courage for my faith.
Well, that wasn't too bad at all.
No.
It was pretty well done. Hold on a second. I got more music playing background. Got to get
You got to trust Duke to get it right.
Yeah. JJ, I want to get your thoughts on different types of 30-06 projectiles and how they behave when they only encounter soft flesh versus when they encounter bones. And as well as the fact, if you don't mind, it was a hunting round initially. Speak to the design as far as penetrating hides is concerned, because a hide's a whole lot thicker than human skin. So take it away.
Well, I mean, yeah, 30-06 is my favorite round. I used to use it a lot when I was nuisance hunting, especially for hogs. And most people don't know this, but a hog that's, let's say, 250 pounds, their breastplate can be about 6 inches. And so you need a round that can penetrate through that breastplate to get to the vitals. And 30-06 is just an incredible round for penetration, depending on a lot of different factors. I mean, it's not just the caliber that we're talking about. You know, we're talking about bullet design. We're talking about the powders that are behind it, etc. But, I mean, I like to deal in facts when it comes to ballistics. I mean, the ballistic charts are out there. If you take a stereotypical round, and just for those people that don't know, I mean, with 30-06, you can go all the way down to 110 grains, and you can go up to 220 grains, depending on what you're trying to shoot, would determine which round you were going to use. I mean, some of the most common ones that are out there for, let's say, 50 pounds to 300 pounds is somewhere between 150 grains to around 180 grains. My favorite round is 165 light mag SST boat tail from Hornady. I mean, just, you know, some numbers, if you will. That round is traveling at just under 3,000 feet per second at the muzzle, and you're getting 3,200 foot-pounds of torque at the muzzle. And what was the distance that he was at? Like, what, 140 yards?
Yeah, 142 yards.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, there's going to be no bullet drop at it, you know, depending on if he was at, if he was zeroed at 100 or not. Let's say he was zeroed at 200, maybe 1.5 inches of differentiation there in the bullet arc. I mean, but he's still delivering 2,700 foot-pounds of energy at that distance. And you think a spine is going to stop that? It'll deflect it, but I mean, you could even take a hunting soft point round and blow right through a spine. Believe me, I've done it. So, you know, on animals.
And that's specifically why I asked you, JJ, because I knew you had lots of experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, I just really want to speak to the facts there. That we're talking a very, very powerful round. I mean, in my opinion, and I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I don't think he was shot with a 30-06 at that distance. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, this will probably be debated forever and a day. I'm just going to throw a couple things out there. This is just speculation on my part, so don't take it as gospel or anything. But when you are considering what he was shot with, here's the things that come to mind for me. There's been reports that the ME didn't recover the projectile. So if they didn't get the projectile, how do they know what caliber it was that actually shot him? You can't do the ballistics to match it back to the rifle, okay? If, on the other hand, he was shot with a 30-06 in the neck, the most believable theory that's been given to me by Carl Cottle is that the entrance and exit wound was the same thing, and that it went through the carotid, straight through, and through the back of the tent, because there's some very fishy stuff here, right?
None of it adds up.
Well, number one, all of his gear, Charlie Kirk's gear, was torn down and packed inside of 30 minutes. Who authorized the crime scene to be contaminated like that? Number one. And I'm trying to remember, I want to give credit to the right person. I think it's Jeff MD, who pointed out the person who stands the most to lose from a liability perspective probably said, clean all that up to try and get rid of any particular evidence, right? So Carl Cottle said, he has multiple firearms and ammunition patents, amongst other things. The guy's a scientist in this stuff. So he said, well, what if the entrance exit wound was the same, coming from an elevated position, tore open his carotid, went through the little tent in the back, and is buried in the ground? Because here's the next piece to it. This past week, over the course of 48 hours, they excavated the entire area, the entire grass area, not just where Charlie was, all of the grass where the crowd was, where Charlie was. They excavated it, they leveled it, and they put pavers down. Who authorized that? Was that done to obfuscate somebody potentially finding the projectile? Okay. So I kind of agree with Carl Cottle that that's probably the best explanation, but without the projectile, we can't match it to a firearm 100% unequivocally. Okay. So the next one would be, we're all familiar with Pilgrim ammunition. We all carry Pilgrim ammunition. We all shoot Pilgrim ammunition. Our friend Shannon. Yeah.
Be careful what you show is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not going to show the gun. I know.
Okay.
So this is a Pilgrim ammunition 9mm. Might be able to see a little bit better on this one over here. There you go. So you can see that the projectile is like a big old bucket. So this is a 9mm round with a 50-grain projectile traveling at 2,000 feet per second, 450 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. Okay. I can't tell you how many thousands of rounds of these I have shot. We've shot ballistic dummies. We've shot gel blocks. We had a ballistic dummy a few years ago that James brought out. They were about $1,000 at the time. They're $2,000 now. And the very first shot that we took was we put the ballistic dummy on the ground and shot it in the pocket of the left shoulder to see what it would do from the hydrostatic shock. And it turned the entire left ventricle into jelly. So when this bullet goes in and it fragments, it takes all of that energy that's going forwards and spreads it out sideways. So you have what's called the permanent wound cavity and the temporary wound cavity. So when you see a video in slow motion of a gel block being shot and you see it blow up like this, that's showing you what the temporary wound cavity looks like. Then when it comes back down, you can see what the permanent wound cavity looks like. And it's devastating from these rounds. And their claim to fame is that to date, there's never been an instance of it over penetrating. So Shannon Rich, quick story. Shannon had these in a 40 Smith & Wesson pistol, went to watch an MMA fight. Shannon Rich has more professional MMA fights than any other fighter living, something like 150 of them, 4-time world kickbox champion, blah, blah, blah. They leave this place where they were watching the MMA fights, him and his coach like Mickey from the Rocky movie, 76 years old. Shannon's around my age, 55-ish. They get in the car. He had not taken his gun in because they served alcohol. This is in Arizona, by the way. He looks in his rearview mirror, and now the crowd of people coming out of the venue are all behind him. So he gets out and he says, "Hey, y'all, could you let us pull out of our spot?" And this young Hispanic kid starts cussing at him and telling him to F off and blah, 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 blah. And Shannon doesn't have anything to prove to anybody. He's like, "Hey, man, look, we're just trying to get out of the parking spot." The guy pulls a fixed blade knife and starts running at Shannon. Shannon, by the way, owns a professional security detail business. Like he's been Sheriff Mark Lamb's detail, for example, on certain, venues and jobs. So this kid's running at him with this fixed blade knife. He starts running around the car. Shannon runs around the car 3 times before he's able to retrieve his pistol from the door. Now he's backing up, and this kid's running at him with the knife, and he's saying, "Stop, stop. I don't want to kill you." Shannon backed up for 30 yards. Now, JJ is a preeminent firearms expert. And here's a quick question. How close do you let somebody get to you with a knife, JJ, before you shoot them?
It's got to be over 21 feet. If you want to talk about the 21-foot rule.
You don't, right? Because the survival statistics, and nobody knows this better than JJ, is that if you get shot, you have a 95% chance of survival. If you get stabbed once, you have a 50% chance of survival. You get stabbed 2 or more times, it drops to less than 5% chance of survival. Every single cop I've ever got on this topic with would say, I would take a gunshot over a stab wound any day of the week. Okay.
Me too.
So here's Shannon Rich now. This guy can handle himself. He's backed up against a wall now. And he ends up shooting this kid from 2 feet away in the front of the neck, obliterates the kid's neck. The kid falls forward, no exit wound out the back. And all the ME could recover were these tiny little fragments. It's a fragmenting round. There were 100 people in the parking lot. If that round had gone straight through this kid, who knows what it would have happened with the next one, because I'm not going to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but we walked into a gun range one day, James and I. We bought every single 9mm round that they had for EDC, self-defense ammo. We brought a boatload of gel blocks in, and we shot every single one of them. JJ knows I have several chronographs. I have a lab radar, Doppler radar chronograph where I can take readings at 5 different data points. So we know what the velocity was and the energy at the muzzle, and then 4 more points that I can define past that. Every single round exited the gel block at over 750 feet per second. In other words, went straight through it. JJ can tell you stories that the first time him and I shot Pilgrim ammo into gel blocks, there were guys who had different types of, rounds in their pistols, their magazines, I should say. They saw what the results were, and they were like dumping their magazine saying, "Give me that ammo. I'm not carrying this anymore." Because
I did it. I was using Spear Gold Dot before that and Federal Hydroshocks. And I went to Pilgrim after we did those ballistic tests.
And that's one of many tests that we've done, but that's over 2 years ago that JJ and I and a few other people did that. But here's where I'm going with this. Norma MHP would stop at 14 inches into an 18-inch gel block, very pretty looking flower out of the projectile. But everything else went straight through, exited over 750 feet per second. So all of the Hornady, Hornady critical duty, you name it, they all sailed through. Very, very small permanent wound cavity and not much bigger for the temporary wound cavity. And the only ones that didn't go through were MHP and the Pilgrim ammunition. And it's an incredible testament to how this works. But this is not a unique projectile in the larger sense. Okay. This is a unique projectile for handgun rounds. In the larger sense, there are shooting rounds like the Hornady VMAX projectiles, for example, that you can get in pretty much everything from 22 caliber to 338 Lapua. And you can ask JJ, he shot my 338 Lapua and punched a hole through a 1/2-inch AR 500 plate like it was in a drill press or a milling machine.
By the way, me and you were the only ones that got it right.
We were.
That's on video.
that was pretty crazy. So we had all kinds of firearms out. We were testing all kinds of different things. And we had a 6.5 Kardashian, 6.5 Creedmoor, 24-inch barrel. And it's a beast of a gun. And it put a little spall in this steel plate. The 308 didn't do anything. Of course, everything below that, 5.56, M855, et cetera, didn't do anything. And somebody took a poll and said, well, can it stand up to that 338 Lapua? And JJ and I both looked at it and were like, yeah, not a chance that it's going to withstand that. And sure enough, it sailed straight through. I mean, you're talking 12,500 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle with that 250 grain projectile we were shooting. But anyway, here's where I'm going with this. So the Hornady VMAX rounds, and there's some other ones, Sierra makes some as well, that when they go through 2 inches of flesh, the projectile completely disintegrates. It's not a frangible round. It's a disintegrating hunting round, and it disperses that hydrostatic shock laterally as opposed to carrying it forward. Okay. But if you hit bone within those first 2 inches, it'll fragment into pieces, much like Pilgrim will. But I've talked to multiple people, cops, who've been to autopsies where somebody's been shot with one of these hunting rounds. You don't find the round. The only way you can see anything is if you x-ray the body. You can see little specks will show up that aren't detectable to the eye, but they'll show up on the x-ray machine. So backing up for a second, quick recap here as far as what shot Charlie Kirk. Okay, was it a high caliber gun and it went through the carotid artery? Projectile went into the ground, which is now buried. It's been excavated and buried. We don't know. We'll never know the truth on that. Is the ME lying that they didn't recover it? In other stories, people say the ME says they did have it. Okay, well, it's been matched ballistically to the so-called rifle, because the picture of the rifle that they showed, 3 days later, they were like, well, that's not actually the gun that shot Charlie. We were just showing it for reference sake. It's kind of like that gun.
Did they finally say that?
Yeah. They said
we've been saying that from the get-go.
So that's great. Yeah, I mean, it's JFK all over again, right? So my point is, the other option that could have potentially happened is if he was shot with a hunting round, a fragmenting hunting round like a VMAX at a high enough velocity, so anything basically above a 5.56 and up, it would have just disintegrated. Now, we actually have a bunch of VMAX rounds on their way, and we're going to shoot, James from Pilgrim, we're going to shoot a bunch of gel blocks, and we're going to shoot some big old hams. We're going to show people what they actually look like, what that projectile looks like after it hits soft flesh.
Can we please do the Paul Harrell test where we shoot through the ribs and the jacket and everything? Yep. Okay.
Yep. All right. So we did, Denny Chapman and I did that with a bunch of rounds way back when. And Paul Harrell, hats off to him. God bless his soul. He was a great guy. What JJ's talking about is that he would take ribs and wrap them around something, then put duct tape around that, and then he would put a jacket or something on it, and he would put different types of fruit in the middle, by the way, just to see how much concussive shock they could take. Yeah. JJ will tell you this is absolutely insane. We shot a level 4 ceramic plate, which is supposed to be able to defeat a 30-06 MPA-2, which is armor for shooting through body panels. It's an old round. They don't make them anymore, but the super powerful 30-06 round for going through body armor. JJ pulled the trigger on a 338 Lapua level 4 ceramic plate, and it didn't go through the entire plate. The plate broke into all the layers, right? Like the ceramic's not hard ceramic, like it looks like, it looks like cloth all torn apart, but it captured it like a catcher's mitt. And JJ made the comment of the day. He's like, well, he says that guy will look good in his coffin because the bullet didn't penetrate and make him bleed out, but he broke his ribs down both sides of the plate.
Yeah, talk about a pneumothorax.
Like the whole thing would have pushed in. So at the end of the day, Occam's razor, who knows? But there's only so many choices we can have here. The ME's lying one way or the other. The bullet went passed through the neck and went into the ground, not to be recovered, or it was a hunting round that essentially, disintegrated. Or JJ, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just want to ask some questions because I know you got your nose to the floor on this. I've been out teaching and everything, so I haven't been able to catch up on what's going on. I mean, number one, has there been an autopsy report?
There has, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere, so I don't know if it's. Go ahead.
I mean, that's a big one right there. I mean, you need the autopsy report. But number two, has anybody even considered or stated or suggested that this was an intermediate round?
It's all speculation at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay.
We just don't have.
There was a couple of videos that came out that said he got shot from behind.
Yeah.
That there was a muzzle flash from the window behind Charlie. And that's where the bullet came from. And it made sense because the guy it was a SEAL team sniper that showed that did the video. He said, if you watch really closely, you can see it hits here and it comes out here. It comes out his throat here. And he said, if it hits here, and it hits bone, it'll redirect and it'll come out through his throat. And he showed it with the mic coming off. He showed it with how his chest would puff up, how the mic that was inside of his shirt, how that puffed up. Step by step, he walked through it. There's too many theories on this thing.
Well,
we're not getting the truth. I know that.
No, we're not. And this is why I go back to JFK. So for all these years, you know, when they tried to say, oh, it was Lee Harvey Oswald and he shot him from the library from behind, really? Then why'd the back of his skull blow off?
Yeah,
That's not an entrance wound. That's an exit wound. He got shot from the front, and that's what blew the back of his skull off. So they think we're stupid. They think that people know nothing about this stuff. Oh, one of the other theories was, and JJ, I'm going to have you dive into this, but one of the theories is that the bullet hit body armor and bounced off of the body armor, went through his neck.
No.
So what happens with 3A, 3 steel, and 4 ceramic when you hit it with a projectile?
Do they have nipples on the ends of them?
Yeah.
Like the armor, are they coming with nipples?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the only
That's
question
how they disguise them. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that. I haven't seen that one yet.
I thought you got the memo.
No.
You can see his nipples through his shirt is what JJ's getting at. But let's just back up for a bit because I'm not going to.
Let's play that out. Okay, let's say that he did take a direct hit straight to the chest, as they're claiming. Okay, that would have knocked him off of that seat.
Yep.
I mean, you can see it. I mean, I don't know how much of the video footage is still available online, but, you know, I had people sending me all kind of video footage, and you sent me a bunch of stuff too so that I could actually see it. I mean, you can see the hydrostatic shock when, I mean, you can see his head balloon, no different than what would happen to an animal if you shot an animal.
What JJ's saying there is if you take the video and you slow it down frame by frame, his head expands by a good 25-30%. And that's the hydrostatic shock of energy blowing out like this. It's pretty freaky looking when you slow it down like that. But sorry, JJ, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, how do I say this without getting in trouble? I always tell people they don't understand ballistics until they've actually shot something that's alive, and not just once. All right. I'm talking over and over and over and over again. Bullets do weird things depending on, and you can have one caliber, 6 different rounds out of a 30-06, and you can go and you can shoot gel, you can shoot watermelons, a tub of, you know, some kind of whatever. And those bullets are going to react a little bit differently. There's generalities there. But the thing is, you just don't, depending on where that bullet hits, you're going to have different. I've had bullets change complete direction and shoot straight out the butt before on a broadside shot, just depending on what I was shooting at the time. And it's just so many people don't have any experience with actual ballistics. And I don't mean shooting gel blocks all the time, or just shooting, you know, 1 liter pop bottles or watermelons or whatever. Like when you shoot something that's flesh and bone, bullets do weird things. And anybody that has had any experience with that, with 2-legged or 4-legged zombies or whatever, will tell you that. Like, we need more information on what happened there.
So, I mean, I mentioned on another episode, JJ, we have shot an ungodly number of body panels. And I always thank Pilgrim James for wrecking our relationship with all these companies who make body panels, because we'll say to them, hey, you know, when it comes to handgun rounds, we're going to hit it with this ammo. Well, yeah, go ahead. And then we get back to them. We're like, yeah, we shredded it with Pilgrim ammo. And they're like, well, you can't publish that. And we're like, you're telling people it takes all handgun rounds up to a 44 mag. But a 9 or a 40, even a 45 ACP in a plus P from Pilgrim Ammunition just completely shreds it. But my point is this: level 3A is soft body armor. By the way, they've renamed, NIJ has renamed everything now. We have to learn a whole new system. It's RF 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. But in old terminology, or up until recently, level 3A soft body armor. It won't stop any rifle rounds except for maybe a 22 LR. But you can still see it. I'm sitting on one right behind me in this chair, and it's still yay thick. and it's easy to spot. You certainly can't see your nipples through it. It's not going to stop a rifle round. So then you go up to level 3. JJ will tell you, I've taken Denny Chapman and I, we took steel level 3 plates, put them in a box, and we shot them through the box because we wanted to capture everything inside the box to see what happened. And depending on the projectile being shot, either it piles up on itself and literally falls off as a blob of lead, or if it's a fragmenting round, all you get is a bunch of pieces with the spalling in the box. And then you go to level 4, like JJ shot with that 338 Lapua, and it just separates into a bunch of layers. There's no ricochets. There's no bullet ricocheting off a body panel and then going through somebody's neck and killing them, sort of thing. So some urban legends there. Anyway, at the end of the day, we don't know. And Lord knows if we'll ever know what the absolute truth is that happened here. But I see that, by the way, that Elon Musk was sitting beside Trump. I'm kind of flipping back and forth here, trying to keep an eye on things. We were sitting beside Trump. They had a good talk and a handshake. Somebody said to me a while ago that Trump is the master of being transactional. In other words, he just considers the transaction at this point. He doesn't care what's happened in the past because you can't drive looking in the rearview mirror, sort of thing. And I thought to myself, that's a really good description of Donald Trump. It's not opportunistic, it's transactional. And let's just deal with the transaction at hand. So very well said. But I don't see anybody on stage right this minute. It looks like they're showing videos of Charlie speaking with various people. I've got a time delayed one where Pete Hegseth is speaking, but I'm assuming that the big dogs are going to come out soon. John, do you want to add anything on the gun side of things here, or take a pass? You're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, I'm no expert like you guys are, but I have shot quite a few things, and I grew up with cattle and all that, and whenever we'd butcher one, I would usually be the one to have to shoot it. I'll have to admit that I've put a few dogs. I was a neighborhood guy that would put the dogs out of their misery if they got hit by a car. Somebody's got to do that in a country like this, So I've definitely done my share of that, more than probably my share, and didn't relish in it, but just the way it is. But when JJ was talking about how the trajectory changes with flesh and bone, I can certainly testify to that, because much different than shooting a solid object or something. You shoot a post and it tends to be very predictable, but you shoot an animal and it changes quite a bit. And I've done some hunting in my day and that type of thing. And heck, I remember one time we had a hog, and my cousin brought some type of German pistol out there, was going to shoot it, and he shot it right in the head, and it was out, and he picked it up and we threw it out of the pen, going to butcher it, and it got up and ran off. So, yeah. I mean, I would defer to the experts, but I can tell you, as someone who's done a lot of shooting, there's all kind of probabilities in this, and we definitely need to know the truth. And it kind of scares me hearing what y'all are saying, because there may be a truth out there that we're not even aware of that could change the whole dynamics of this and all. And I'm not a big conspiracy theory, but there are people, I used to tell my clients when I worked at Drug Treatment Center, I said, there is a group called Paranoids Anonymous, but they won't tell us where they meet. So I'm hoping it is cut and dried, but if it's not, we need to know, and who knows what can of worms that'll open up.
So that's too much.
You can quote me on that, Chris, by the way.
I will. So RFK is stepping up to the stage here. So let's flip over to that and check that out. Let me get everything going here.
He believed what St. Francis taught us almost 1,000 years ago. And we should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. We should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great paradox that it's only by surrender to God that God's power can flow into our lives and make us effective human beings. Christ died at 33 years old. but he changed the trajectory of history. Charlie died at 31 years old. Because he had surrendered, he also now has changed the trajectory of history. Charlie's other passion was free speech. He understood that the free flow of information was the soil, the water, the sunlight for democracy. He understood democracy's great advantage was that our policies were formed by ideas that had triumphed in a marketplace of debate and conversation. He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was important, particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social rhythms, social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain and amplify our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community. And the only way to develop community was through conversation. And so he always gave the biggest microphone to the people who were most passionately aligned against him, because he believed that we need to talk to each other and that we needed to be able to say what we mean without saying it mean. A few years ago, my brother David died, and I asked my mother, does the hole that they leave in you when they die, does it ever get any smaller? And she said to me, it never gets any smaller. But our job is to grow ourselves bigger around the hole. And we do that by taking the best qualities, the best, most admirable character traits of the person that died, and integrate them with restraint, with discipline, with practice into our own character. And in doing that, we make ourselves larger and the whole gets proportionally smaller. But we also give a kind of immortality to the person who left us, because their work continues through us. A couple of days ago, my niece or my granddaughter left for college in Europe. Her mother noticed that she packed a Bible. When her mother asked her why she made that choice, she said, I want to live more like Charlie. And it's... In one of my first conversations with Charlie in July of 2021, we were talking about the risks that all of us take when we challenge entrenched interest, the physical risk. And he asked me if I was scared of dying. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than death. And one of those things is if we lost our constitutional rights in this country and that our children were raised as slaves. And I said to Charlie, I said, sometimes the best consolation we can hope for is that we get to die with our boots on. Well, Charlie died with his boots on, and he died to make sure that we didn't have to undergo those fates that are worse than death. Oh, let's remember Charlie. He was, for those of us who were friends with Charlie, we don't need any more evidence of the love of God, because the evidence, the friendship is the best evidence that God loves us all. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think we've got Trump Jr. coming up next. Nothing is in sync today one feeds ahead, one feeds behind. I'm watching, local Fox affiliate.
Welcome Donald Trump
Yep.
Jr.
All right, here we're going back to this.
Welcome, everyone. I'm not widely known for being a sentimental guy. Anyone who's seen me on social media knows I'm far more likely to crack a joke or get myself in trouble for posting some grossly inappropriate memes than I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten a call from that guy a couple of times. Don, you're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax. But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him, and that was his relationship with Christ. To say Charlie knew more about the Bible than me is an understatement, folks. It's like saying Donald Trump knows more about being president than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. No kidding. But when Charlie was asked in an interview how he'd want to be remembered, he said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And let me tell you guys, those were not empty words. Last week, Charlie joined a long line of courageous men and women who were martyred for what they believe. According to the book of Acts, the first martyr in the early Christian church was Stephen, who was stoned to death. And as Stephen was being killed, he said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." Now, there are many times in the Bible where Jesus is seated at the right hand of God, but this is the only time he's seen standing. And while the Bible isn't explicit about this, I like to think Jesus was standing to welcome Stephen, the courageous martyr, into heaven. And today that gives me great comfort, because 11 days ago, as a cowardly assassin crawled on his stomach to end Charlie's life on earth, I'm betting Charlie saw the Son of God standing tall to welcome him home. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the greatest treasures of Charlie's heart: his beautiful wife, Erica, and his two precious children. To watch Charlie with his family, the joy on his face, the devotion in his eyes, was to see the gospel lived out. And for me, it was inspiring. And now, in the face of unthinkable loss, Erica has shown extraordinary courage, not only as a mother, but in stepping forward to carry on Charlie's mission as the CEO of Turning Point USA. Charlie always brought out the best in all of us. When Charlie first said to me during the 2016 campaign, "Hey, let's start doing events on college campuses," I was like, whoa, seriously? Come on, man. We've given up on that. We're going to let those kids grow up, and we'll get them when they start paying taxes. But he convinced me to give it a shot. And there were a couple events that showed just how brave and courageous Charlie was, even as a very young man. At Michigan State University, 5 minutes before we were supposed to go on stage, the state police told us, and I quote, "We can no longer guarantee your safety." Because the left-wing activists, they were going crazy. It was rough. That sounded like a great reason to pack it up and head out. But it was one of the many times that I would agree with Charlie, who said, "No way, we're going out there anyway." At one of the last events of the 2024 campaign at Arizona State, some lunatic called it a threat to try to keep us from going on the stage. Again, we went out there anyway, without fear. Charlie led the way. His message was...
We seem to have lost the feed there. Let me see what's going on here. See if we can get that come back up again. Just bear with me here while we try to get the stream back. The Turning Point USA stream has been problematic all day. I think it's because of the number of people, 942,000 live. It just keeps crapping out. I'll give it one more shot. Let's see. No, it wants to go, but it just doesn't. Try one more time here. No, it's going to crap out. Let's go back. I've got the Pete Hegseth stuff on another screen. Let's go back to that while we're waiting for it.
Charlie waged war not with a weapon, but with a tent, a microphone, his mind, and the truth. And the gates of hell could not prevail against him. He went into the darkest of places, like Paul in the book of Acts. He went into college campuses where they said we couldn't go, and he was the light. He was bold. He was brave. He was a hero. You know, at the War Department, we know a little bit about heroism. I've seen it personally on the battlefield from Americans wearing camouflage, and I'm surrounded by men and women today who have the chance to witness the same. Most people don't know this, but Charlie Kirk wanted to go to West Point. It never happened, obviously. His personal loss at that moment was our nation's great gain. Charlie Kirk was a citizen who had the biblical heart of a soldier of the faith, who put on...
I've got another stream that's live here. Let's try this one. Just caught the tail end of Don Jr. speaking there. And it looks like they've changed it up again. Let's see if I can get it going over here. Yeah, all the streams are kind of in and out. We'll go back to Pete Hegseth until something comes through a little better.
On every single day, the full armor of God with a smile, as the scriptures tell all Christ followers to do. Charlie Kirk.
All right, looks like we've got JD Vance coming up. Let's see if we can catch him before it craps out.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know, I can't help but think.
Oh man, here we go again. The Turning Point USA stream is the most in sync with live, but as you're seeing, it just keeps taking a shit. Frustrating. Too many people watching it. Let's see if we can find it here.
The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserved to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious and we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times. But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hardworking person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father, and in this, he showed the importance of strong Christian fatherhood. He was fearless and he was bold as any follower would hope would be true of a leader. And in this, he showed all of us how to carry on after his death. You know, Charlie Kirk, he loved history. He devoured the ideas that formed the foundation of our civilization. He stood for a tradition that Socrates established 2,500 years ago to question, to search, and to teach. He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future. He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice and work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people. The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. It demanded building, and it demanded leaders. And my friends, in Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together. But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone by how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me, not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood. Charlie stopped what he was doing in the hallways of the West Wing and said a prayer for that staffer. Because Charlie believed that we were all children of God, he treated everyone with grace. And that is perhaps the enduring legacy of Charlie Kirk. You know, I was telling somebody backstage that I always felt a little uncomfortable talking about my faith in public as much as I loved the Lord and as much as it was an important part of my life. I have talked more about Jesus Christ in the past 2 weeks than I have my entire time in public life. And that is an undeniable legacy of the great Charlie Kirk. You know, he loved God. And because he loved God, he wanted to understand God's creation and the men and women made in his image. Now, much has been said over the last week about Charlie's ability to approach any topic, any person in good faith, an achievement that was only possible because Charlie knew that we were all children of God. He knew deep down the truth of Scripture. And from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion, not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others, your neighbor, your interlocutor, your enemy. But he also understood his duty to say what is right and what is wrong, to distinguish what is false from what is true. Charlie was slain, doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone, and our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us. He's been taken from his parents and from his sister. He's been taken from our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did. He was taken from us by those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with. Dialogue, truth-seeking, family, and faith. In the wake of his death, we have seen some of the very worst parts of humanity. We have watched people slander him. We have watched people justify his murder and celebrate his death. I know that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man. I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel. To ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs. But I can't call my friend, because he was murdered for speaking the truth. I can only guess at what he might say and what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest that evil still walks among us. Not to ignore it for the sake of a fake kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is. But I also think he would encourage me, he would encourage all of us to focus on the good. He would encourage us to remember that for every hateful voice celebrating his murder, there are 1,000 people mourning it and fighting for his legacy every single day. He would tell me to pray. I'm certain of it. He would tell me to pray for my friends, but also for my enemies. He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work. He would tell us to commit ourselves to telling the truth and to fight for that truth each and every single day. He would tell us to talk about God's love and the fact that that love applied everybody across the whole human family. Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ. It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love, and no truth. Christ told us in the Gospel of John, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America and defending the truth than it is to die on our knees. My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie. You ran a good race, my friend. I love you. We've got it from here. Thank you.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that because I assume that Trump Sr. is going to be the next speaker, and we'll wrap up immediately after President Trump finishes. But I think you're looking at 48 there. He's really come into his own. John, I want to get your thoughts on that first. I think J.D. Vance is a strong contender for the 48th president of the United States.
Oh, no doubt about it. You know, I like a lot of people when he first kind of came out and was kind of, you know, bad mouthing the president, I was kind of like, I don't know about this guy. But then as he has blossomed, so to speak, and all, and I think President Trump made the right choice in him. And he did a mea culpa. He explained how he felt and how he's changed his mind and all that. So I accept that people can change their mind. Lord knows I have once or twice. But one of the things, so I agree with you, but I want to make a quick comment about one of the other speakers. We didn't really get to hear too much of him, but RFK Jr. Mm-hmm. I've got mixed feelings about him, like a lot of people. But what's really interesting to me, and you pretty much hit the nail on the head at the very beginning of the show, he is the one guy in the cabinet that all of them seem to hate. Even the Republicans have attacked him unmercifully. And I believe it's got to be because of what you said about Big Pharma and their control of everything, because they've just been unmerciful. I mean, no one's been attacked like him. Even the President Trump is not being attacked like he is. So that makes me a bigger fan of his, to be honest with you. It makes me go, maybe there's something to what he is saying. And I'd just be curious what your thoughts, the other guys, were on that, because that's what hit me when I was watching him.
Yeah, Khalid, I'd love to hear your thoughts on RFK Jr. because he's pissing in their Cheerios every day.
No, I like RFK. I mean, he's got the guts to say what he needs to say. He came into office with the intention of changing everything about how the pharma industry operates inside the government and with the American people. And with all the money that the pharma industry spends on buying congressmen and senators, he's really done a lot of damage to that. Trump said today, I think it was, that on Monday there'll be a big announcement about autism. And I'm interested in seeing what the announcement is on autism, because he's listened to RFK quite adamantly on what his plan was for changing healthcare in the United States. And look, we needed a game changer on the healthcare side. Obama screwed everything up with Obamacare, and we needed a recovery from that. And RFK is the great recovery from that.
I have another feather for you to put in your cap. Those people who watch us on a regular, those people who watch us on a regular basis will recall just a few short weeks ago that Khalid said something that got us kicked off of Facebook, and it's not a platform we put a lot of time and effort into, but we do stream there sometimes when Khalid's not getting us kicked off. Khalid, whatever he just said, just got us kicked off of LinkedIn. So, good job. you know you're right over the target when they start kicking you off. Yep. Right? So RFK Jr., I don't know if you've got anything to add. JJ, I'm going to come to you in a second just to check if you do, but for me with JFK, I think that the threshold that I crossed is when he got up and he said, I was suing Donald Trump years ago for whatever the thing was. And his family was supposed to go on vacation, and something happened that was going to stop them from being able to go on this vacation. Trump called him up and said, hey, I'm sending my plane to pick you up. I'm going to bring you to Florida. You can stay in one of my places, take your family to the vacation that you had planned. And that kind of blew me away. And now I think in hindsight, that really is a good indicator of how transactional Trump is. Didn't matter that RFK was suing him over something. A lot of people don't know, but RFK Jr. is a very accomplished attorney. So I like RFK Jr. and I don't care if, he's got some things that some conservatives don't like, because I found myself, I've evolved in 56 years now. There's nobody perfect, right? Name one perfect person. There's only one perfect person who's ever walked the earth, right? So, Project Warp Speed with the mRNA injections that was spearheaded at the end of the first Trump, term, I vehemently disagree with that. I think it was the wrong thing to do. And I saw Don Jr. speak on it and said, in my entire life, I've never seen my father say he was wrong about anything. He's not going to apologize for Project Warp Speed, even though Don Jr. agrees with our side. But what am I supposed to look at that and go, okay, well, Donald Trump did Project Warp Speed, which I disagree with, so I'm not going to vote for him. So let me see. Oh, I'll vote for Nikki Haley or some other, crappy politician. There's no such thing as the perfect person. So unless somebody crosses a big line like pedophilia, if somebody came out Epstein list, no offense or buts that they had molested young girls, there's no turning, but there's no recovery from that. I can accept that one issue, wiping them out. But for the rest of people, you made one false step, and we have a major extremism problem in our entire country. Doesn't matter what people's politics are. Oh, well, that person, I'd never support that person because they did X. Well, how about all the other things that they did that were really, really good? And who's your alternative that you're going to support? Where did we come up with this expectation that if somebody has to be absolutely perfect in order for us to support them? It's completely asinine. JJ, I know you're not heavy into politics and stuff, man, but you do know a fair bit when it comes to the health side of things. I mean, you were a very high level paramedic when you were a SAR tech as well.
I was an EMT.
EMT. Fair enough. But what are your thoughts on RFK? I like him for all the reasons I stated. And if he beats the shit out of Big Pharma, I'm okay with that. And I'd like to hear it from your perspective as far as when you went into emergency situations and had to rescue people and they did not have access to their meds. What kind of shape were they in as a result of addictions that they didn't even know that they had?
Oh, it's absolutely horrible. I mean, I talk about it in my videos all the time. I mean, one of the main things that I would see in the field is that right there. People didn't have their life-saving medication. And, when comms are down and all the stores are closed and they don't have a supply of that put back, that becomes a very serious issue immediately. And a lot of times they can't even leave the zone that they're in, and I hate to say this, but go ahead.
Can you hold that thought? Erica is speaking now. I want to get her up on here. Hold the thought, though. We're coming back to it.
Yeah.
And he did with Charlie. 11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, "Thy will be done." God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror and a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby, telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile. And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me. It was something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have been done. There was no pain, there was no fear, no agony. One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel, truth, in front of a big crowd. And then he blinked. He blinked and saw his Savior in paradise. And all the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him. God's love continued to be revealed to me in the days that followed. The next day on the tarmac in Air Force Two, I confronted Usha Vance, precious woman. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I'm going to get through this. She told me something. She said, you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy, kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere and everyone's screaming. And you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival. This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children. We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives. Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. And one of the things he wrote in his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome. One day, I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision of your life, because it is. All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow. Every day as Charlie rode into the office, he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day. He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too: the seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one. God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ. Pray again. Read the Bible again. Go to church next Sunday and the Sunday after that, and break free from the temptations and shackles of this world. Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to be. Jesus said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. He said he would be persecuted. He said we would be persecuted. And Charlie knew that and happily carried his cross all the way to the end. And I want all of you to know, while Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die. There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful, or nothing that he just felt like he didn't want to do it. He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business. And I will miss him. I will miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret, it was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband. A man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God. I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault, his closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West. The young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA. I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue, and we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now, and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me, hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old, a man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle, that was Charlie's life, be your turning point as well. Choose prayer. Choose courage. Choose beauty. Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby. And I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Wow, that was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Do you want to add anything to her speech, JJ, before we circle back in the other stuff? Oh, hold on a second. You're on mute. There you go.
That was amazing. You know, to have the ability to push through that and deliver a speech that calm, cool, and collected too, and what a message. I mean, that was impressive. I am highly impressed with what she just put out there. I mean, JD Vance, that was an awesome speech as well. But man, what a strong woman, you know, and they stay behind every strong man is a strong woman like that. And what a testimony.
Hey.
I mean, what an example for people to see.
Yeah. Hey, JJ, President Trump's on the stage now. So
Let's do it.
We'll cut back to that.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee, and we appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, you know? Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica, because today, America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devotion and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
For God, country, for reason, and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions and millions of people. And thank you very much, Erica. Thank you very much. Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you and beautiful children. We share in your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is. To Charlie's parents who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words can ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. Charlie Kirk loved America with everything he had. And as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk. And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. and likewise the House of Representatives. They're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people, and they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. But this is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival. For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose heart still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, "Please, sir, save Chicago." We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime. In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie. He was an Eagle Scout who spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty, somebody that he greatly admired, Rush Limbaugh. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior, Jesus Christ. Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name. And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words: "Big government sucks." Could you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years. Then life started getting a little bit different, but he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all, never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it. Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son, Don and Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started organizing young Black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA. And you know what MAHA is? That's right, Make America Healthy Again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism. Tomorrow we're going to be talking in the Oval Office in the White House about autism, how it happens, so we won't let it happen anymore, and how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child, their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there, get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. 20 years ago, the most recent survey says 1 in 12. How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls, a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20, but we can't. Because obviously there was something really wrong, and we think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most important news conferences I'll ever have, and I look so forward to it. And you know who else looked forward to it? Because he knew. I tell him a little bit about what was going on. It was Charlie. He would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him, too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio by the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's done a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. And he'd ask me, and say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And you know, sometimes I did it. He was a very good guy. He was a very convincing guy. He didn't stop, but he would ask for things like that. Sir, could you be tomorrow in California? I said, Charlie, give me a break, please. He just wouldn't stop, and he succeeded. But I almost always went because you never wanted to let Charlie down. He worked so hard. You just didn't want to let him down. I felt guilty. He'd make me feel very guilty. As president, many people asked me for things, but Charlie was one of the few who always gave more than he took. He was a giver, much more than a taker. And no matter how big Charlie became, no one was too small for him to notice. He was good to everybody, didn't matter. Several years ago, a fourth grader asked Charlie to appear on his podcast, which was probably only watched by the parents of that fourth grader. And Charlie, who was actually pretty hot at the time, to be honest, he agreed, and the boy asked for advice. Charlie replied, the left, I call it the radical left. I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics. But Charlie didn't say that, he called it the left. He was probably right, but I can't help it. I can't help it. So he said the left, radical left lunatics, may have all the money in the world, but they could never outwork me. I will wake up as early as I need to about himself. I will stay up as late as I need to, and I will never stop fighting for our country. And he did this until his dying breath. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Think of it. Wow. What a horrible moment. I was in the Oval Office when I heard they came in, and it was like a surreal experience, a terrible, terrible. I had some very big people in the Oval Office, and I was in the midst of a very important conversation for our country, big people, the biggest. And I said, you have to leave now. When they told me that, they told me in front of a group of very powerful people, I said, you have to leave now, right now, please. Right now, you have to leave, go. By his own determination and skill, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point from his humble beginnings, the beginnings that nobody believed could ever end up something like this, into a great movement and a juggernaut of American politics. And, you know, we have a massive stadium loaded up with people, but he got tremendous crowds before he had this kind of horrible news and before we had to hear what happened so terribly. He delivered more than 250 speeches a year at over 200 colleges and universities. And that was at a time when it was not really vogue to go to colleges and universities if you were a conservative. It really took great courage. And we used to talk, and I said, you know, I think they're much more conservative than we know. And he agreed, but it just wasn't something that was happening because the radical left would do very bad things, very dangerous things. But Charlie set up chapters on 2,200 campuses and spoke at more than 1,000 churches. He launched a podcast and radio show that grew to an audience of 1 million Americans a day, one of the bigger shows on radio. And Charlie didn't just bring young people into the movement. All of a sudden, it started to grow by leaps and bounds. By 2024, we won more young people than any Republican candidate in the history of our country, including, for the first time, a majority of males under 30. Can you believe it? Remember when Republican presidential candidates would get 4%? No, we did unbelievably with young people. And he was a big, big factor. Unbelievable. But he made me work for it. Sir, you have to make a speech here. You have to make a speech there. But we did it, and we won, and our country is doing unbelievably well now. We had a country that was dead 1 year ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And Charlie helped us make it that. One of the great people. But through it all, the core of Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he'd convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words, God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing, use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that? When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign, every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are. At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto, never back down and never, ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly. So strongly. And he's right. He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media, sometimes referred to, as my son said, the fake news media, tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason, because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal, but they like to call themselves, because such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Charlie Kirk was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day in the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened. And now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? Got them back. But we owe Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now. Just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot, we are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money. We're becoming richer and richer. And we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better. But we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When the news finally came out on election night last November that the race was officially won, came out pretty early in the night. Charlie was live on camera. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful, Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does everybody love MAGA? Make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. You know, he could barely get the words out. We will stop. I said, can somebody inform him that MAGA means make America great again? How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just out of their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close. And it's rare that such a thing happens, but Charlie is bigger today than he was. Think about it. Just 2 weeks ago, he's bigger today than he was 2 weeks ago. Now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica and those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd. He's saying, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. You know, we stopped the crime in Washington, took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants, you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But it's, I'm so proud of that Washington, D.C. You know, it's one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. And it's also, I passed it yesterday, I went through it, and the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, you know, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis. And we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago. And we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who, he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot. He says he's got crime. No, they don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened. He was there to see it. He's so proud of what happened in Washington, D.C. As you know, the depraved assassin who planned and executed Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate punishment for his horrific crime. It's a terrible thing. Because you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. Can't let it happen to a country. The Department of Justice is also investigating networks of radical left maniacs who fund, organize, fuel, and perpetrate political violence. And we think we know who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with two beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings, last week were implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate that Charlie practiced is not a pillar of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right and inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail, but we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying. Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie. But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world. In Calgary, Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So, Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done is incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And could I ask Erica, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
Wow. All right. Was anybody else thinking the same thing as me? That when he walked out from behind that bulletproof glass and stopped, clapped his hands, I'm thinking in my head, get off the stage. Like, get off the stage. You're not behind the bulletproof glass. That's friggin' sick for sure. Khalid, I'm going to go to you first. I'm going to get your overall thoughts. Everybody get final crack at this too. Say what they've got to say. JJ, when I come to you, I do want you to finish filling in the thought that you had earlier. But Khalid, final thoughts on today.
Just a great memory, great memorial for Charlie. He had such an impact on not only the American people, but across the world. And he's changed Christianity forever. It was one of those old-time tent revivals today. And this is what Christianity needed, was to come back and for everyone to remember who God was and who God is and the impact that God has on everyone's lives. So I kind of wish Trump had kind of stuck to more of the Charlie than talking about the politics. But it was a good speech, and it was a good close to the event.
Yeah, I think we've crossed some sort of Rubicon, Khalid. John, your final thoughts on today?
Yeah, much like Khalid, I mean, the president had a tough act to follow from Erica. I mean, she was amazing, and just a wow. And I hope we can live up to what she said. You know, I really do. That's the challenge for all of us, really, for our country. Can we live up to what she put out there? Because if we can, then you know, we've got a lot of hope and prosperity ahead of us and everything else. And if not, it's going to be tough. You know, the one thing that I've been thinking about all this week, really, and a lot today, is that it's hard not to get caught up in the moment that we're living in right now, because that's the only time we actually have is today. You're not promised tomorrow. But I am encouraged, and Erica only helped me, and this whole event only helped me, that we've had some pretty dark times in our country before. You know, going back to like the Revolutionary War, I'm sure there were times when they didn't think we were going to win, you know, and the majority of American people didn't even want to do it. And then, of course, the Civil War and all that. There's so many times when it looked like our days were pretty well numbered, and they might be now. And I'm not saying don't have tremendous challenges, but if we need to be caught in the moment in a sense to reflect what's happening now, but we also need to be encouraged that if we pay the price that others have paid for us to stand here today or to be on this podcast today, or that Charlie Kirk ultimately paid and his family, then we have a real shot to turn this thing around. And she made me feel that way. It's an emotional feeling.
Thanks, John. Very well said. So, JJ, before you go, I just want to mention these guys at Stay Brewed Coffee again. Craig sent me a text. Craig Wire, the guy who owns this. This is from one of his daughters. They're just awesome people. We don't have affiliate relationship or anything like that, but if you go to staybrewed.com, use the discount code SD15. He's giving people 15% off right now. So very kind of him. True American, just a great patriot. JJ, two things. Final thoughts on today, and then I'd like you to finish your thought that you started with earlier on disaster areas and the addiction that people have to their prescription meds and what happens when they're not available to them. So,
well, I mean, as far as, you know, this event that we've got here, I mean, you know, you always hear don't ever waste a good crisis. I mean, there's a lot of people that are using this as a platform to push their own agendas and everything. But I think, God, just to be remembered like that and to be honored like that by our country in general, like what a standard to live up to. I mean, you could only hope that people would remember you in that way. You know, what a standard to push yourself to have that kind of a difference, to make that kind of difference, to have that large of an impact. And I mean, as far as what Erica said, I mean, I got to say that was as real as it gets to me. You know, that really inspires me as a man. You know, like I'm very blessed to have a woman behind me that's that strong to push me to those kind of lengths, that pushes me with what I do. You know, and it really truly showed that that's the model of what an American family should be. You know, they truly lived it. It's obvious, you know, and I mean, I guess that's my challenge to everybody out there is, you know, both males and females, they have their roles within a family dynamic, and that's what, you know, you should aspire to have. You know, that's what America should be moving towards. And I don't know, I was just really impressed with that. And go ahead.
No, I said likewise. Agree.
Yeah. I mean, and You know, it's nice to be surrounded by an amazing support team. You know, we're surrounded by just amazing people, and you know, birds of a feather flock together. But you know, I'm glad to see people finally standing up for what they actually believe in. Something that Charlie said was, you know, you can't just live and let live. You know, you got to get out there and you got to push for the things that need to happen in order to make the changes that you want to see become a reality. Be the change that you want to see. And I think Charlie definitely lived that for sure. 100%.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely.
Now, as far as part 2 goes, I mean, people and their medications. I mean, I just recently had an issue with this myself, you know, with my surgery, having to potentially be on medication for the rest of my life. And I just saw so many people that, wow, I mean, I just can't even tell you how bad that is. Like when you go to a disaster scene and people don't have their meds, like that's something that is ingrained in my mind, is I did not want that to happen, you know, just because I've seen the effects of that, especially when we're talking mental health, you know, and you were talking about addiction to drugs. You know, just because somebody's on a prescription medication doesn't mean that they're not an addict. You know, and I want to see people that, you know, I just think that there's so many overprescribed medications. My dad was a pharmacist, and I've seen it firsthand, you know, what that means. And, you know, I would strive to tell people that try to do what you can naturally. There's a time and a place for all forms of healing, if you will. I believe that there is a place for prescription medication. I think that there's a place for you know, herbal medication as well, and natural ways of going about it. But, you know, it's up to us as people to make those kind of decisions, to be responsible and to try to move away from, you know, being addicted to those things. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just really touched by tonight. That was a lot. And just to be, I mean, it's such an inspiration to me just to continue along the same path and to just pray that someday I'll have that kind of effect on people. Well, I mean, what an amazing journey.
And yeah, 100%. And speaking of the stretch, we just crossed 5 hours and 31 minutes. It's a precisely half of what we did on November the 5th for the election. We were 11 hours broadcasting there. I don't have a whole lot to say. There's not a lot that I can add to what you guys have said. I do want to point out how amazing our community of guardians is. So forgive me, JJ, but JJ was diagnosed with cancer, and it took a while before he put it out there. And as soon as he did, we had people in the Guardian chat, our private Signal chat, saying, hey, where can we, you know, send some support? So we had Guardian members send us checks, they sent us cash, and we were able to buy some medication for JJ, who that shall remain unnamed because we'll get nuked out of orbit if we mention it and what it was used for. But that's typically one of the biggest things I can think of. Not typically, that is one of the biggest things I can think of as far as the community that's built and that's behind us. We didn't build it. The people built it themselves. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention helping us spread the word. So if you go to SurvivalDispatch.News, sign up for a free account. When you sign up for a free account, it fuels the Substack top 100. And we've pretty consistently been in the top 10 or so for the past few weeks. A couple days ago, we dropped like 23 or something like that. We're back at number 10 today. There is no algorithm. It is 100% predicated on new people signing up. And that's not paying people signing up. It's the number of subscribers overall that gets you there. So today, Keith, the Christian Warrior Train, he's at 7 and we're at 10. And it would help tremendously if you or your circle of friends and family would just go to SurvivalDispatch.News, sign up for a free account. That's all I'm asking you for the simple reason that the higher we are in the Substack top 100 list, it becomes a self-licking ice cream cone. It brings more attention, people see us and then they sign up, and it just starts to snowball from there. And at the end of the day, there's a reason Survival Dispatch is called Survival Dispatch. Our job, our mission is to dispatch information so our fellow Americans and friends of America can not only survive, pardon me, but thrive in these very unusual and difficult times. So if you could help us towards achieving that mission, then we would appreciate that very, very much. I don't really have anything else to add other than to say we will be back tomorrow night at the usual time, 7 p.m. Eastern. When I say we, I mean Khalid, myself, and Randy Nance. Jeff is filming a TV show this week, so he won't be back until a week from Monday. But tomorrow night is the next episode in our Living in the Aftermath, America Under Siege series. And it's episode, is it episode number 1, Khalid, for the third story arc? I think,
it's the new story arc. Yep.
Wow. We've got 144 episodes laid out. We've done 24 of them we've done. So this will be number 25 out of 144, but they all stand on their own. You don't have to watch them in order or not, but tomorrow night we're going to get into the collapse of the medical system after we have these complex coordinated terrorist attacks. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say. Between now and then, please like, share, comment, subscribe. God bless America.
God bless America.
It's been an honor being with you guys today.
Likewise. Enjoy the closing video. It's a brand new one. God bless.
Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. Charlie always said that when he was gone, he wanted to be remembered for his courage and for his faith. Now and for all eternity, he will stand at his Savior's side, wearing the glorious crown of a martyr. Charlie loved life. He loved his life. He loved America. But most of all, Charlie loved his children, and he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. They should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife.
Oh, Charlie, you didn't deserve it. May God bless your family.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
People across the country are gathering, holding memorial services and vigils to honor Charlie Kirk's memory and his message.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. I promise I will never let your legacy die. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. Rest in the arms of our Lord as He blankets you with the words I know your heart always strives to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant.
Charlie, you put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God. That's all I can say. It's done. I want you to remember that we did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.